Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. There's something about stories that really happened, a feeling when you realize the person you're listening to isn't making this up. It's like finding a small, forgotten doorway in the world, and you can't help but peek inside. The stories tonight are about those moments, the ones we can't quite explain away. It's a real-life creep fest, and I'm honestly kind of obsessed with them. They're not about monsters in the woods. Not really. They're about the things that sit patiently in plain sight and wait for us to notice. Tonight's first story is narrated by Quiet Scare Luna, who is making her debut on this channel. Her own YouTube channel is at Quiet Scare Luna, and if you enjoy her narration, be sure to head over and give her a follow. She'll be exploring different types of horror, including remaking books and stories, as well as sleep narration. Let us know in the comments if you'd like to hear more from Luna on this channel. I've tried to set it up so you can drift off without a jarring ad breaking the mood. So yeah, there are a few ads in the first 10 to 15 minutes, but after that, it's nothing but the story all the way to the end. So with that, we'll sleep well and dream dark.
I remember the light catching on the broken stones between the rails flash, then dull again, like the track itself was blinking at us. I hadn't walked the rails with Joe in years, and the gravel still sounded the same under our boots' crushed shell and glass, a kind of soft crunch that made you think about how many trains had passed and kept going. The trees closed in around the right-of-way, dark poplar and maple, sumac tangled like wire along the edges. We had that summer heat that hangs low and a flicker of mosquitoes around the ears. I remember thinking the ballast looked bluer than it used to, like somebody had washed it, though that was just the light. I remember the light catching on the broken stones between the rails flash, then dull again like the track itself was blinking at us. I hadn't walked the rails with Joe in years, and the gravel still sounded the same under our boots' crushed shell and glass, a kind of soft crunch that made you think about how many trains had passed and kept going. The trees closed in around the right-of-way, dark poplar and maple, sumac tangled like wire along the edges. We had that summer heat that hangs low and a flicker of mosquitoes around the ears. I remember thinking the ballast looked bluer than it used to, like somebody had washed it, though that was just the light. We'd done this when we were kids, in the 70s, out near the edge of our town in Ohio. Every spare hour, we were outside. My parents would drop me at Joe's, and we'd disappear into the woods until school forced us out. We learned to make a fire with damp sticks and gossip with crows and sit quiet as stones while a deer walked past. All of that was in me still, even though I had a mortgage now and a wife who thought this plan was ridiculous. She said so when she let us out near the crossing on the south side and idled long enough to catch my eye. I told her we'd be fine. She shook her head and drove off. We took the other way, into the farm cuts and creek bottoms we used to avoid. The map creased where our thumbs always folded it. The land was familiar, even when it wasn't. We had a folding map for the gaps. We walked until the sun tilted and the heat shook loose. We sat on the edge of a metal bridge and smoked a joint and watched a creek move thin and green below. We talked about classroom fights and secondhand bikes, about a winter we slept in a shelter we made from cedar boughs. You think you're going to say something wise when you sit like that, but mostly you say the names of people you haven't seen in decades and let the names do the work. We'd brought hammocks and cheap canned food and the kind of water you run out of faster than you think. By late afternoon, the track cut through a stand of woods, so tight it felt like a hallway. There were trees on both sides and brush close enough to brush your sleeves. We chose a spot on the eastern side of the rails, back a little, where the ground rose in a low swell. We always used to scout before we set up, so we did. We left the hammocks looped, but hanging empty, and moved up the slope, quiet, like we'd practiced it for years. because we had. On the crest, the land slid down again to a wide flat, and there, tucked in the trees, sat a building. At first, I thought it was a sugar shack or an old tool shed, something left over from a time when you could haul what you needed into a place like this and leave it. We stood with our hands on our hips and tried to find a track in. No road, no visible path. The air held that damp leaf smell you only get in a dip like that. We went down anyway. There wasn't much talking. We kept off the obvious lines, moved slow, let our feet test each bit of ground. When we got close enough to see inside, my throat went tight all at once. It wasn't a shack. It was a church, small and hunched, with boards dark as wet bark. A cross leaned on the roof line, like it had grown there, and then died standing up. The windows were vacancies. The doorways stood open and empty. Inside, there were rows of pews still in place, and a little rise where the preacher would have stood. A narrow aisle ran between the pews, a pale stripe of dust, and the low platform at the end held a warped lectern like a stump. We didn't cross the threshold. We looked, and then looked away. There were no footprints in the leaf mold, no bottle left on a sill, no sign that a person had been there in a voice you could read. It felt like something you find and recognize, and then back away from out of basic courtesy. We returned to our hill, having the earth between us, and it made me breathe easier. It was evening by then. The color taking out of things, we strung the hammocks between two maples and a crooked oak that had bark like cork, and we ate a cold supper and lay looking up through the leaves. The rails were close enough that you could hear them cooling, little ticks and pops, as the day leaked out. Joe told a story about his first boss at the garage, and I told him my wife had started collecting cookbooks for no good reason, and then we were quiet. The sound came in like weather, so faint at first that I thought it was the wind taking a run at the leaves from the far side. Then it straightened itself into voices, singing, soft and layered. I knew that because of the way the notes held together more than the sound itself. I slid out of the hammock without thinking, and Joe did the same, both of us low. Both of us turned toward the hill like animals in a field when the fence line sparks. We crouched and listened. The voices stayed the same distance away. They didn't drift closer or out. There were several of them, and they weren't children. I don't know how you know that in the dark, but you do. We moved up the slope as we had before, placing our feet where the ground would remember the least. The moon was a pale fingernail, enough light to keep your eyes from failing you. We didn't use the flashlights. The thought of the beams in that blackness made my stomach go small. From the crest, we could see a tremble of light in the trees. It was coming from the church. The voices were from there too, a kind of hymn sung under somebody else's roof. It had the slow lift and fall of a hymn, but the syllables landed sideways, familiar in shape and useless to me. I leaned close to Joe, shoulder to shoulder, and we tried to make out words. The light flickered like a candle. The shadows in the doorway made shapes and then unmade them, as if someone crossed in front and then stepped back again. We stayed put. We weren't curious enough to get closer. There was a football field of woods between us, give or take, and that felt like a boundary we could live with. The singing ran on a while and then fell off. For a few seconds, there was nothing, like the air had been held and set down gently. Then a man's voice rose and spoke, deep and steady. It filled the trees with a weight that didn't have anything to do with volume. I couldn't make out a word. It might have been a liturgy from a place I'd never been. It might have been nonsense snapped into shape by the night. He would say a line, and after that, a braid of voices answered with song. The rhythm made sense, even if the meaning did not. At some point, the singing turned into a single long note, held and held until it was not a note, in the regular sense, but a line drawn tight between the trees. It climbed until it felt braided into the trees, not loud so much as everywhere, and I pressed my palms to my ears for a heartbeat. The whole wood seemed to hold still. The note thinned and tightened until it felt like a wire drawn through the leaves. Then it snapped to silence. I waited for the woods to breathe. I was about to tell Joe we should go when I felt his hand on my shoulder, his grip hard enough to hurt. He whispered that they were coming out. We watched a chain of figures file through the empty doorway, hand in hand. The line hesitated, then turned as one, the beams tilting uphill, as if the hill itself had been named. The lights bobbed in a pattern that felt deliberate and wrong for hands that steady. They kept their hands linked, and the lights made a narrow ladder on the ground that climbed toward us. We didn't talk. We backed off the ridge and ran bent over until the slope allowed us to straighten. At the hammocks we worked fast and without discussion, tearing the straps off the trees, stuffing nylon into packs, leaving a spoon in the leaf litter and a dented can by accident. The straps bit at my fingers, and the metal clip rasped against bark. I missed the loop, tried again, and the fabric made that dry zipper sound as it slid free. The singing started again, closer, the lights flickering through the brush. When we hit the ballast, we broke into a full run, the kind you do because your options have already chosen you, and the only proof is your feet moving. We ran like that for a while, then dropped to a fast walk, then ran again. The night air had that wet cool that lives over low ground, and the ties came at my feet like small dark islands. When we turned to look, the lights were on the hillside, moving with the kind of motion that doesn't belong to a steady hand. I don't know if they were following us or following the path they always took. The rails ran straight for a bit and then curved, and we took the curve, and when the trees let us see back, the lights had fallen behind or gone out. We walked until our breath settled and the night became night again. A road crossed the tracks ahead, a 2-lane with bad edges. A green county marker leaned at the junction, the numbers scuffed off by sun and snow, and a thin ditch ran west, water holding the last of the light. The map said 15 minutes to a town west. By my watch, we'd burned 10 already, without meaning to. We took the shoulder. The fields there were summer fields, tall and sleepy, and the insects kept their own time. I felt my heartbeat and the sore places in my feet. No cars passed us. The town had a rusted water tower and a gas station that kept the lights on because it had to. The microwave inside beeped at some machine pace, and behind the counter a man watched a weather report with the sound off. We called my wife from the payphone because it felt easier than handing over our voices to a person we didn't know. She picked us up in her sedan, the headlights through pieces of road and white lines and more road. We didn't tell her the whole thing in the car. We said enough for her to make a face, the one she makes when I've done something foolish and survived it. Back at the house, on the little concrete pad behind the kitchen, we sat and drank water like we were trying to make up for a year, and slowly the story came out. Other people we told later said it had to be local kids messing around. I wanted to believe that. I still do in a way. I can fit every part of it into that explanation, except the voices, which were old and steady and didn't carry the jumpy edge of pretend. The next day, I found the spoon in the side pocket of my pack after all, and felt a sudden relief out of proportion to the thing itself. I coiled the hammock straps and uncoiled them again, just to have something to do with my hands. None of it changed what we'd seen. It didn't need to. That night, and the little church sat where it sat, and we had not disturbed anything but our own sleep. We didn't go back. There was nothing to go back for. Some things you pass near and do not enter. When I think of it now, I see the light first, stuttering like it had to fight the damp, and then the line of figures holding hands as if that was how you kept your place in the world. I can stand there in my head at the crest of that hill and feel Joe's shoulder against mine, the same old way of being together in a place where you might as well be alone. From time to time, walking past the tracks in town, I catch the sense of a song that doesn't belong to any radio. Now and then, a porch light flickers when I pass, just a loose filament or a bug, and I think of those beams tilting uphill. It's probably nothing. I keep walking. I put my hand in my pocket. I look both ways, like a man who has learned to listen, and then I cross.
The yard held the afternoon a little longer than the street did, like it was trying to keep us there. I was 11 and staying the night at a friend's house. I'll call him Kit. He was one of those kids who could whistle through his teeth and not get caught for anything. I was not like that. I kept my shoes tied and my homework done. I never understood why he kept me around, or why I kept saying yes. We played touch football in his backyard until our shirts stuck to us. The grass was patchy where the dog had dug after something once, and every time I left my sock slipped in the dirt. Somewhere between the last throw and the first mosquito, the yard went from bright to slanting light. Kit got restless when the day did that, when the ball felt heavy in our hands. He said there was another game. He called it mop. We were supposed to hide near the road, and when someone went by, we'd pop out and yell the word just that, and then hide again to see what happened. His house wasn't on a busy street. It was a short run of single-story places, mailboxes leaning, the sound of lawnmowers dying out for the day. Past the last driveways, the pavement shouldered into scrub that everyone called the bush, just a tangle of thin trees and tracks beaten by kids and dogs. It was the kind of edge of suburb scrub you see in a lot of towns around here, a place where the map gives up on curves. At 4 in the afternoon, it was still bright enough to see every crack in the asphalt. The game sounded dumber out loud than it had in his head, but I didn't say that. I took the garbage bins on the driveway side, crouched by the fence where the slats had gone gray and splintery. Kit crossed to the low garden by the porch, where his mom's rosemary drooped over a border of bricks. We could see each other in pieces through the open gate, his eyes over the shrubs, my fingers worrying a loose wheel on the bin until it clicked. A car went by first, slow enough to bump the pothole but too fast to hear a kid. We were invisible to glass and engine. Then a couple walked a brown dog with a raw red harness. They stopped when he said it, glanced around like someone had dropped a key. 5 seconds, maybe 10. I felt a short, harmless satisfaction seeing them puzzled, like we'd touched their day without breaking it. Then they went on. We did it 10 more times. A jogger, a woman with grocery bags, a kid on a scooter. The small, brittle thrill wore off. The air smelled like warm plastic from the bins and the pine straw that collected under the fence. A fly landed on my knee and I shook it off and put my hand back on the wheel and clicked it again. I gave the signal, a little wave in my corner of the gate, when I noticed a man coming up from the bend. He moved the way people do when they're arguing with someone who isn't there. His shoulders shifted against something I couldn't see. When our loose gate hinge creaked on its own habit, his shoulders hitched a fraction, like a dog catching a scent. As he got closer, I took in the details the way your eyes do, even if you don't want them. Long black hair roped with grease, a face gone to ash under the cheekbones, the dark of old sweat along the collar of a jacket that might once have been brown. He was somewhere in his 40s, but it's hard to tell when life has worn the numbers off a person. I was ready for Kit to say the word. It would have been a nothing moment, a small sound, a confused look, a snickering later over pizza. Instead, from the shrubs across the path, he shouted something else, sharp and ugly, a word that wasn't a game. He put a curse on the air between us and the man, and everything bent around it. The man's head came up, like it had been pulled by a hook. His eyes locked on the house, not anywhere general but fixed, as if he could see through the walls and into us. Anger can make a person look clear. He stood there on the strip of road, scanning for the mouth that had said it, lips moving to himself. He didn't find me behind the bins, but it was not because I was hidden well. I felt that in my throat. He paced once, twice, wearing a path with his eyes. His gaze drew a straight line from the strip of road to the porch steps, and back again, measuring, like there was a thread he meant to follow. Then he turned and started back the way he'd been heading, toward the bend, toward the bush. I stood up behind the bins when he was gone, and went straight for Kit. He was flushed, pleased in a way I didn't recognize. I opened my mouth to tell him it wasn't funny, and it wasn't the plan. Before I could find the words, he said we should follow. I told him it was a bad idea. I remember saying that, my voice smaller than I meant, but there was the strange gravity of being with someone who doesn't flinch. The sun was sliding behind the trees, and the shadows from the fence posts made stripes across the yard like lanes, and he had already started down one. We kept a distance as we trailed him. The man didn't look back. His pace was a steady, talk-to-yourself pace. We reached the end of the cul-de-sac and crossed the little bit of dirt where the curb failed, and the scrub began. Someone had parked a faded sedan half on the verge. We slipped behind it and watched the man step into the brush along the narrow entrance, the one we all knew but pretended we didn't. Kit went in first. He parted the tea tree with his hands, and I followed because there wasn't an alternative. I could imagine that I wouldn't be sorry for later. The ground under the leaves was dry from a week without rain. Each step crackled. I tried to put my feet where he'd put his to share the sound, but I'm not sure it helped. The air cooled by degrees, a shade deeper with every yard, and the smell changed from cut lawns to something like coins and sap. We went maybe 5 minutes. In memory, it is a longer distance than it could have been. The track bent and straightened, bent again, the way a thought does when it's trying to find the easiest route. Birds made the little throat sounds they make when they're deciding whether to warn each other. A mosquito needled the back of my hand, and I shook it off without slapping, trying to keep my skin quiet. Kit stopped so fast I walked into him, chest to shoulder. He breathed in and stopped it halfway. His hand went back behind him, looking for me without looking, and I held his wrist because I didn't know where else to put my hands. Just ahead, in a break between rocks, a low spill of sandstone, big enough to crouch behind, he was there. The man had folded himself down to the height of the scrub, resting on the balls of his feet. He had tucked himself low behind a run of sandstone, chin level with the scrub. The leaves we'd broken on the way in seemed counted already. His gaze landed where the sound should end. He was not surprised. He was not even mid-motion, not rising up or preparing to. He was waiting like we were the train that should arrive on time. His face was set in that same clean anger, but there was something else in it now. A solvable problem he meant to work through. He looked straight at us. It was a short distance, a few strides. Nothing in the woods is far. There wasn't any thinking left to do. He stood in one breath, and in the next he came at us. He made a sound that wasn't words. It was more like the sound someone makes when they lift a couch and are sure it will clear the doorway. Focused. Necessary. Kit turned first. His arm tore from my grip and he ran, pulling branches with him that whipped back and caught my face and arms. I turned after. My legs chose for me. The leaves shouted under us now. Every misstep sounded like a signal flare. The rocks were not obstacles until I imagined them, and then they were everywhere, catching my toes, making me feel like the ground had shifted an inch just for me. Run was the only instruction. We broke through the last of the scrub and into the bruised blue light by the road. The sedan behind us went from cover to landmark. Kit vaulted past it without touching the hood, and I clipped my hip on the fender and kept going. Pain blooming later. The pavement took our feet. The good grip of it. The sudden absence of crackle. I listened for the same crackle behind us and didn't hear it. Maybe he stopped at the tree line. Maybe the road took the sound apart. I didn't look to see if anyone's curtains moved. I kept my eyes off the windows. Curtains make witnesses out of nothing. We didn't stop at Kit's front gate. We didn't even touch it. We cut through the side yard and into the backyard, our old football field where everything was grass and memory and safe lines. Only then did Kit turn and lean with his hands on his knees and draw in air like someone who had saved himself. I kept moving, a circle around the trampoline, around the dug patch, as if motion itself would keep me from being found. We listened. The buzz in my ears made its own world, but underneath it the neighborhood was doing what it always did. Someone hosing a driveway, a TV with a game show voice in a house that was not ours, a dog 3 doors down deciding whether to bark and then not. The day settled around us piece by piece. The yard had its own small noises, the hose, a far TV, wind picking at the old leaves in the corner bed. Nothing moved that we could prove. We waited like that until some piece of ordinary time clicked back into place. It could have been a minute. It could have been 3. My mouth tasted like pennies, and I licked my teeth and dust came away on my tongue, and that convinced me I was still here. Kit laughed once, a short, broken little bark of it, and then didn't again. He said he hadn't thought I could run that fast. I didn't answer. I checked the back door just to see it was shut. The actual object, the hinged, painted wood with the little square panes that never fit right in the frame because the house had settled. I put my hand on the latch, and I left it there longer than I meant to, as if I were warming it. We didn't tell his mom. She was in the kitchen later, asking if we wanted chicken or pasta, and I said either was fine because it was easier than asking for one specific thing out loud. Kit said pasta. He was loud about it. He filled the quiet with clatter, opening drawers for no reason, turning on the tap, bumping his hip into the counter like he always did. She moved between the stove and the sink the way most parents do at that hour, deciding on dinner with one eye on the clock. The TV murmured in the other room, a familiar shield of sound. I didn't correct him when he said we'd been in the yard the whole time. I sat at the table and picked a flake of paint off the edge, and put it back and smoothed it with my thumb, and thought about how close a crouch really is to standing up. We slept in that room that night, on the floor in the rolled-out bags. The window looked at the side fence. He fell asleep like he usually did. A drop from the day to the bottom of the pool. I lay awake and watched the curtain lift a little. When the air moved, I remembered the man's gaze finding us like we were what he had walked into the trees to fetch. It felt for a while like my breath had nowhere good to go, like if I let it out it would be heard. In the morning, Kit wanted to play football again. I tied my shoes differently, tighter, as if that could do something about the past. The bins by the fence stood where they always did, wheels smudged, lids half warped from sun. When I passed them, the wheel clicked under my thumb the way it had the day before, like a habit I hadn't chosen. I haven't played mops since. Even saying the word now feels off, like a coin pressed in the wrong slot. What I remember most is not the running or the scrape on my hip, or the way we didn't tell. It's that moment behind the rocks when he was already settled in, waiting, the way you wait for something you're sure will come if you're patient. I don't know if he had expected us, but I know we had made ourselves into something expectable, and that knowledge stayed. Years later, driving down a different street in a different town, where the road also gives way to scrub, I catch myself checking the brakes between rocks. Not for him, not even for anyone. Just for the shape of being seen at the exact moment you are a person who should not have been there at all. The night the door tried to break. I was 15, and the last thing I remember before the trouble started was a loading screen on a basketball game, the TV washing the room with soft blue. I must have dozed off for a few minutes. The house had the easy quiet it gets after my parents go to bed, all the vents breathing warm air. Then the doorbell rang. It was a thin, ordinary sound, not even loud. I stood up like I'd been called by name, and made it halfway down the first set of stairs before the thought landed. No one decent rings at 11 at night. I stood there on the middle landing, hand on the banister, listening. The hall light was off. The dim from the streetcar on the next block slid through the curtains in slow pulses. Exactly a minute later, the bell went twice. I knew it was a minute because I counted it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, because that made the feeling less like something happening to me and more like a thing I could keep track of. At the second ring, my parents' bedroom door opened. My dad stepped out in a t-shirt and socks. My mom behind him, both of them blinking like the air was too bright when it wasn't. My dad looked at me across the hall, like I would have a better answer. I shrugged. The first hit on the front door sounded like a dropped couch. My mom jumped and grabbed the side of the hallway table. A framed picture skated a little and bumped the wall. My dad's face went flat, confusion washing over whatever came before. He raised his eyebrows at me, like we were in on a joke that wasn't funny yet, and went down. He checked the peephole. I could see him lean, right shoulder forward, his hand braced on the trim like he was steadying a camera. He opened the deadbolt and the chain scraped back. He cracked the door just enough to put his voice through it. I heard him try for calm and hit something thinner. He said a greeting, simple and polite. The neighbor's voice filled the hall. It came paired with a breathy rage. Not drunk exactly, just decided. He said the house was his. He said we had taken it. He said we were thieves. My dad told him as plain as he could, no. The neighbor kept going, high and fast, like a car stuck in a gear. My dad shut the door. He didn't slam it. He closed it the way he always does, careful of hinges. He put the deadbolt back like a point in an argument and turned to take the first step. The second hit was full body. The wood shuddered, and the top hinge made a sharp metal sound. The wall next to the door gave a little. For a second, my dad didn't move. He looked at the door like it had betrayed him. Then the third hit came, and we cracked. My dad drove his weight back into the door. He put both hands flat on it, shoulder to the panels, and set his feet wide on the tile. My mom went past him fast and quiet, up the stairs to the little kid's room. I pulled my phone out like it might slip away if I didn't keep a hand on it and dialed 911. My thumb shook enough that I had to look at it to keep it straight. The operator took me in like a checklist. Where are you? Is anyone hurt? Is the person known to you? And I answered on autopilot. Each time the neighbor hit the door, my voice lifted half an inch, and I would find it and set it back down. The house kept the noise like a chest cavity. The door's frame popped, and we heard a dry sound, wood protesting as it moved in, a way it hadn't been asked to move before. I told the operator my neighbor's first name and felt wrong with it in my mouth. He hit the door again. The deadbolt had 2 bright scratches on it I'd never seen. My dad turned his head without taking his shoulder off the door and said something to me that I didn't hear as words, just the sound of my name with instruction baked into it, and I said I was still on the phone. That help was coming. In the room above us, my little brother's feet thumped as my mom lifted him out of bed. The overhead light flicked on, and then off again, too much for their eyes. The neighbor went quiet all at once, like a switch. No more hits, no more shouting. I stood there with the line open, not breathing for a second because I didn't want to miss what came next. The operator asked if he was still at the door, and I said I didn't know. My dad held the door and listened in the way you listen into a seashell, hoping to catch the ocean and afraid you will. We waited. Through the narrow window to the side of the door, there was only a slice of the porch rail and the dark shrubs. The street had that late-night emptiness where even the bugs seemed to be off. I told the operator I was going to look out the front window, and she told me to be careful. I moved along the wall, keeping to the edge like that, made me thinner, and lifted the corner of the curtain with 2 fingers. The neighbor was in his Wrangler in the street, sitting in it as if he were parked at the grocery store. The headlights painted our siding a wide, washed-out white. He rolled forward a foot and stopped. I watched the nose of the Jeep angle toward our walk. He angled it more. The tires chirped on the pavement. I didn't understand what I was seeing until the motor barked and the wheels squealed, and the whole car hopped like a dog straining against a leash. He braked hard, and the front dipped. He was not trying to leave. He was lining us up. I put the curtain down without meaning to, and walked backward until my calf hit the coffee table. The operator said my name. I told her what I'd seen. She said officers were en route. She said to stay inside and away from the windows. My dad told me to get the kids into the back room, and I went upstairs and found my brother and sister sitting on their beds with the covers gathered in their hands like they had been thinking of bringing them along. My mom had their shoes on the rug but hadn't gotten that far yet. I told them the police were coming. It came out like a joke. I made a face at my brother and he half smiled at me. And that felt like the right move, like we were agreeing to something small and manageable. Downstairs, the sound against the door returned. Not the full slam this time, but a testing push. One shoulder maybe. A hollow sound like someone knocking off the rhythm to see where your attention is. My dad had his weight set again. There was a hairline splinter in the jam now. A little light line that hadn't been there an hour ago. I told the operator that the door was holding, and she asked me to tell her exactly where we were in the house. And I did, like drawing a map in words would redraw the map on the ground. The neighbor stopped hitting the door. I stepped into the hall and listened to the space where his noise had been. Everything in the house seemed to creak on its own. The heater, the stairs, the wood drying end. For a second, all of those old sounds felt loaded, like the house had new intentions, and we were just guests. We waited. The operator breathed on the other end. My dad adjusted his shoulder and the deadbolt clicked once under his weight. When the flashing blue fanned across the neighbor's porch, my shoulders fell a little without my permission. The Jeep stayed in the street. 2 cruisers slipped to the curb. The officers did not run. They took those steps you take when you don't want to give away your speed. I told the operator they were there, and she told me to stay on the line until they made contact. The first officer stood by the sidewalk, palm up at the neighbor through the windshield. The neighbor talked back with both hands, wide and aggrieved, and shouting came up again, less like an argument and more like a man giving a speech no one had asked for. Then it turned and they had him, the patient, careful way that leaves somebody almost intact. We watched them guide him to the cruiser. My dad took his shoulder off the door and stood there with his hand still on it, like you might keep a hand on a sleeping child, to be sure the breathing is real. My mom came down with the kids and we all looked out in a cluster, the glass cold under our cheeks. The neighbor gave us a single slap-flat stare over his shoulder when they bent him into the back seat, not angry and not pleading, just exact, like he was setting our faces on some private shelf for later. We didn't sleep exactly after that. The house felt tilted, and every notch in the floor remembered our steps too easily. When the officers knocked to talk to my dad, we all stepped back, and then forward again, a little clumsy dance. My dad opened the door and the hinge complained. He told them what he'd seen, what he'd heard, where the Jeep had angled and stopped. The officers wrote on their pads, each of them making a separate copy of our night. The hall smelled like cold air and pencil. At some point the sky got lighter, and they were gone, and the neighbor was gone, and the house was just walls again. We sipped water like we were sick. The little kids went back to their beds and fell into a hot, stubborn sleep right there on top of the covers. I lay on my bed and watched the ceiling, and when my eyes drifted closed, it was to the shape of a car's headlights pressed flat on the siding, making our white paint into a screen. In the morning, I put on my shoes like every other school day, bending at the waist on the entry rug. The door had a new notch near the latch, a grain raised where the hits had made it flex. I touched it with one finger and felt the rough lift under the smooth. Outside, the front steps were wet with dew. The Jeep's tire marks arced up and stopped right at the start of our walkway. 2 dark half-moons baked into the concrete. If you let your eye go loose, they looked like a pair of parentheses trying to close around our door. The street was regular again. Someone jogging slow with a dog. A city truck thumping over the seam at the corner. I stood there a second, and then I stepped over the marks and went to catch the bus. My neighbor's house was on my right, quiet, blinds down. The side of it looked like any house would look at 8 in the morning. I kept my hands in my pockets the whole walk. And later that day, sitting in class with the windows open, I realized I was listening for a doorbell that wasn't going to ring. That night, I clicked the deadbolt closed with more care than it required, and the sound was small and definite. And then I went upstairs and turned my game back on, like it was any other Thursday. The house held. We came in off the interstate to that rinsed-out hallway smell, detergent and a thin, sweet note I couldn't place, and the carpet gave under my boots like tired foam. All day we'd been out in the heat walking boundary lines, and when we got back to the hotel, the hallway kept that smell, like it had been recently wiped down, but not made right. Rebecca and I stopped outside our rooms, with our badges still clipped to our collars. I keyed mine, and the door opened on its slow chain scrape, and in the bathroom mirror I caught the shape of a person who wasn't me. I said hello before my brain caught up. No one answered. The light over the sink hummed. A woman stepped sideways into view, not by way of the bathroom doorway, but from the angle of the vanity, like she'd been pressed into the wall and then released. My canvas bag was half open in her hands. Socks, a folded t-shirt, a corner of my swimsuit all showing like the tongue of a caught animal. I told Rebecca there was a stranger in there, I said, trying to keep my voice even without turning around. The woman kept her head down and kept moving. Up close, I could see that what she carried wasn't my bag anymore, but a white plastic one, something from a dollar store, and she was trying to stuff the clothes into it and also back out of it, undecided which would make her less visible. I asked her what she was doing with my things. I said, the words flat and slower than I meant, like I was practicing them. It blurs there. I remember her voice coming and going, her saying something about her key still working, how it still worked, as if the hotel had agreed. Her hands trembled, and a cheap metal necklace hung against her collarbone and clicked when she moved. She kept repeating herself like a spell that had gotten her in and might get her out. She dropped my bag. She pawed through her purse, through the plastic sack, and took 2 small steps toward the door without ever looking at me full. By that time, Rebecca had moved up behind my shoulder and leaned to see around me. I asked what was in the bag, hearing the question too late, as if from across the room. The woman said it was just her things and held it open so I could see toothpaste, a phone charger, wrong color, a hairbrush with someone else's hair in it. I didn't see anything of mine or didn't register it, and then she was past us. The door closed behind her with that hotel latch sound that somehow always sounds final. I went in. The room looked like a hand had passed through it, and left the air unsettled. The chair was askew. The coverlet was half pulled back. The lamp had been turned a quarter turn toward the wall. I checked the desk first, then the nightstand. My laptop was there. So was the tablet, the chargers, the little bag with work receipts. The air tugged from the vent in little drafts that didn't line up with the unit's fan, as if the room breathed on a different schedule than mine. In the bathroom, my underwear and bikini top were stuffed into my own tote with a kind of blind force. My passport folded into the mix like something she'd tried to smuggle back to me in apology. On the counter, the orange bottle, with my name on it, lay on its side with the cap 2 feet away, and some of the pills were still rolling in their own inertia in my head. I didn't count them. I told myself I'd count them later. I thought, only I need that back. And then I was out in the hall, running down the gray carpet to the elevator, pushing the button too many times, until the numbers froze. I took the stairs. In the laundry room, machines churned behind doors with circular windows like portholes, and the heat of them made the place feel subterranean. I checked the vending alcove, the side exit, the short sidewalk that ran along the building, where a patch of grass had browned into a kind of map. No woman. The heat on that side of the building felt different, stale. I knew I wouldn't find her. We went to the front desk. The clerk leaned into his computer like it might protect him. He called the manager, then the police. We went back up and waited because that was what there was to do. The room smelled like soap and a faint trace of old tobacco that didn't come from anywhere you could point to. I sat on the edge of the bed and only then noticed a short metal bat lying across the spread like an offering. Someone had taped a flashlight to the barrel with black electrical tape, the glue still warm like it had been on a minute ago. Beside it on the carpet, a chain had caught the light, the same cheap gold I'd seen on the woman's neck, now without a clasp. "Did she leave that?" Rebecca asked. She stayed near the door. I said I guessed so and put the necklace on the dresser and didn't touch the bat. When the officers came, they were careful, as if the air around us might hold prints. They took our statements and walked the perimeter, ran a beam along the doorframe and the window latch and the hinge of the safety catch. No pry marks, no lift in the weather strip. I pointed out the sink. "There's drywall dust," I said, and the young one bent and rubbed his finger in the basin. He lifted it to show the chalk. Nobody had an explanation that made immediate sense, and so we reached for the one that could be made to work. Maybe she had a spare key. Maybe she knew someone at the desk. The clerk had already told us there was no way. 2 more officers came up because they thought she could still be near, and we gave our names again and the times again, and each time I found myself smoothing out what I said, leaving out the parts that were the fog of it, because I wanted to sound like someone who could be of use. After they left the room, felt abandoned by them. I sat on the chair and called my boss. I called my partner. As I talked, I kept looking at the sink. The longer I looked, the less sense it made that the dust had just appeared out of air. The mirror over the vanity was big, too big for the space, and it hung with a slight tilt, as if the wall couldn't hold its weight. I stood there another 10 seconds, counting my breaths while the fan ticked once, then touched the edge of the glass with a knuckle. I put my phone down and knocked a knuckle against the mirror's edge again. It sounded slightly hollow in a way that made me feel childish for noticing. "Can you help me with this?" I asked Rebecca. We dragged a dining chair in from the little table. I slid my fingers under the mirror's lower lip while she steadied the top. It came away easier than it should have, with the quick sound of adhesive letting go. Behind it gaped a cut in the drywall, shoulder wide if someone meant to force it, and the air from inside felt a few degrees cooler, touched with the chalky taste of gypsum. Air came out of the hole like breath from a closet that had been shut too long. The void was a sliver of the space between our wall and the next room's wall, a hollow dark as deep as anything I wanted no part of. I put the vanity light on bright and held it toward the gap. Inside, on some drywall ledge, lay a flattened pillow and a rolled blanket, a toothbrush and a paper cup, 2 cigarette butts with the filters torn off, a pack of matches from a barbecue place I didn't know. The things were set in a line along the ledge. Pillow, cup, matches, like someone kept inventory in the dark. The glass back of the mirror had dust smeared on the lower left, where hands would have pressed to lever it open and closed. I could feel the thud of my own pulse, where the mirror had pressed into my palm. I took 1 step back and set the mirror against the wall carefully, as if it were sleeping. I called my boss again. There were still 2 patrol cars idling in the lot. Rebecca checked through the peephole and saw them. I went down the stairs because waiting for the elevator felt like trying my luck. And the lot, the sun was dropping behind the cube of the next building. I walked up to the 2 officers who'd stayed and told them we'd found something. The woman with the neat bun lifted her eyebrows and didn't move. The younger one said he'd come take a look. They followed me back up, and when they saw the opening, they both went quiet. The young one leaned in, then leaned back and looked at me as if I were part of the joke or the warning. The woman keyed her radio and called the first officer back. I could hear his voice through the static. "No way," he said, and then arrived with his notebook and a face already changing from disbelief to procedure. They took pictures. They stood in the bathroom and looked into the void as if it might answer, as if it had eyes. When one of them reached a hand in, he came back with a corner of a grocery bag that had been torn and left behind. He found a lighter with a sticker on it. All of it was nothing and exactly what it was. We packed fast after that. I moved like someone borrowing another person's body. My hands did reasonable things. I put my passport in my back pocket and kept touching it to make sure it stayed. My mouth tasted metallic. My phone chimed with my boss's textbook somewhere else tonight, and I texted back that we were on it. The door had been propped with a rolling suitcase, and the hallway AC made a thin wind that lifted the paper. Do not disturb sign, and then let it fall. The bat stayed on the bed where it had been. I didn't want to carry it, but I didn't want to leave it in my room either, so I handed it to the officer. He took it without comment. Later, in the parking lot, I stood by our truck and looked up at the row of bathroom windows. They looked like every hotel bathroom window anywhere. Narrow, frosted, pointless. I tried to place the smell I'd been living with since last trip. I'd told myself someone on our floor smoked in their shower, and the vent sent the smell along like gossip. Now the knowledge moved through me slower than the story, heavy and mild at the same time. She had been there whenever I turned on the water. She knew when I was out. She probably knew the sound of my laugh and how I moved when I couldn't sleep. When I thought of her repeating that her key still worked, I understood it had been enough to make the room feel like it belonged to her. We went to a different hotel, 3 exits down, one with a new lobby plant and a person at the desk who apologized for something they didn't do. I set my bag against the door and checked the latch twice. I pressed my fingernail under the edge of the bathroom mirror and felt forgive. It held. I turned the shower on and let it run and listened to the vent hum. The tile was new enough that it didn't have a voice. Rebecca texted from the room next door to see if I needed anything. I told her no, and then put the phone face down because it lit up the dark. I lay on the bed with my clothes still on and tried to picture the space between walls I'd never see again. Behind the mirror where a person could make a corner into a nest with a pillow and a blanket and a lighter and a toothbrush. A place thin enough to live in if you made yourself thin enough, if you kept your movements pressed mostly into a silence that other people explained away. In the morning we were due back in the field, but the first thing I did after waking was stand in the bathroom and look at the mirror as if it were an aquarium window and I were the one on display. The glass showed me what I expected. My face, sleet-puffed, my hair tied up in a poor knot, the bruise of a night where the body rested but the alert part stayed awake. I tapped once. It answered with nothing but my own small sound. I brushed my teeth and rinsed the sink and watched the toothpaste spiral down like a slow thread. I opened the window as far as it would go and let a thin strip of morning air come in. Then I closed it and slid the lock in place. I zipped my bag, lifted it, and felt the ordinary weight of it press into my palm. Outside, traffic moved east and west like always. I took a breath and counted, and on the exhale I picked up the key card and left the room the way I found it, except for knowing where the wall had been thin. I worked nights at the bakery on the corner, the one with the big glass window that always fogged at the edges when the ovens were on, and left a faint oval where a forehead had once rested. Weekends we stayed open late because of the bar across the street. I was 30 and steady with the graveyard routine. Mix, bake, decorate, moving between the hum of the mixers and the hush of the front. My boss didn't like leaving me by myself after midnight. Said it wasn't smart for a woman to be alone there at those hours. Most weekends he stayed in the office, pretending to inventory flour. That Friday his phone lit up around 3, and he said it was an emergency at home. He stood in the doorway a beat longer than usual, then told me he'd be back by dawn. When the back door closed behind him, I listened for the latch to set. It always needed a firm hand. The cake was a 2-tier lemon for a morning pickup. I had the layers cooled and trimmed, the filling bright as a peeled rind. I liked that part of the night the best, when the dough buckets were covered and the metal counters were wiped down, and it was just me. The radio low, a clean list to work through. The first bell rang while I was smoothing the crumb coat. It was the kind of chime you stop hearing after the first few nights, a polite ding tied to the front door. I wiped my hands and walked out, pulling my apron straight. No one. The door sat shy of the frame by a whisper. The weather strip not quite touching. If you didn't put a shoulder into it, it never sealed. The bell could trip with the slightest movement. I pushed it shut until the bolt coughed into place, pressed the lower rail with my shoe, and kept my knuckles on the glass a second longer, watching the lot without reading the name on the bar's dark sign. The label didn't matter, and I didn't want to make it matter. I peered out an extra second. The street looked washed and empty. The parking lot across the way held nothing. Even the bar had gone dark. On the sidewalk, a single napkin stuck to a crack, lifting and settling like a small pale fish. I waited, more out of habit than anything else, then went back to the Cape. I told myself it was the hinge, or the temperature difference from the ovens. The building settled, and the bell complained. I laid the second coat and tried not to check the mirror behind the register that showed the front. Time went in fits, 10 minutes that felt quick, then another that lagged. I was placing the first border when the bell rang again. It sounded the same as before, neat and contained. I didn't go up right away. I went to the monitor taped to the flower room shelf and clicked the front camera feed. The video showed the glass door, the sidewalk, a slice of street. The timestamp matched the minute, same second rolling over. If someone had passed, the lens would have caught the sliver of them. The door nudged open a fraction, then eased back. No one passed. No shadow cut across. There was only that small adjustment, like the building breathed. My scalp prickled the way it did when flour dust got under a hair tie. I wiped my palms against my apron and walked out front anyway. The door hung soft again, as if pressed and released. I leaned on it until it gave that deeper click. I thumbed the deadbolt back and forth once, listening for the clean seat, then set it again, and rested my palm on the metal until the vibration settled. I pushed on the bottom to make sure it seated. Then I turned the deadbolt and stood there, looking through the glass into the lot. Nothing moved. The big street lamp in the far corner blinked twice and settled to a weaker glow. No cars idled, no shapes behind windshields. I thought about the bell ringing with no one there, and felt something thin run through me. Not like fear at first, more like a draft you can't find. I took the key from under the till and slipped through the hall to the back. The rear door opened toward the alley that ran along the right side of the building to the lot. We always kept the latch set, and I checked it by habit. Then I pushed out into the air. The alley smelled faintly of yeast and wet paper. The bakery's side wall was unfinished brick, a little damp. I could see the lot where it widened out, the bar's side entrance, the empty paint lines. We kept a thumb latch on the rear door, and I checked it twice without thinking, the second time slower, like it could tell me more than it could. I walked along the wall, my shoes sticky from sugar. I called out, but not loudly. It felt wrong to make much noise. I rounded the corner to see if anyone crouched by the dumpster or stood tucked behind the utility box in the bar's shadow. No one. I kept walking slow enough to hear my steps and their echo. When I reached the back of the lot, where a chain-link fence separated us from the next building, I turned and looked at the bakery's front side through the gap between two parked delivery vans that weren't ours. The glass door looked like a dark square, quiet and thin. I waited there longer than I needed to, watching that rectangle like it might move. When I finally stopped trying to prove there was someone to catch, I realized what else had settled in. The quiet had gone past normal. No tires on asphalt from the avenue beyond. No siren ragged in the distance. No trains. Not even the thick thump from the bar's old jukebox. The one you could feel in the floor on Fridays. It felt a little heavier on my ears like air before rain, but without the weather to excuse it. The quiet wasn't just empty. It felt like a lid set over the block. I hadn't noticed when it started. It was only when I turned to go back and reach for a cigarette that the silence took shape, and I stood there with the lighter in my hand, not flicking it. The mist worked low in the lot and made the air feel sticky and close. Only one streetlight held steady, and even that one had a tired color to it. I put the cigarette between my lips and took it out again. It tasted like paper. I looked up and down the alley and had the sense of being looked at myself, not from a distance, but from exactly where I stood, like the place I was in had turned to face me. That thought embarrassed me as soon as I had it. I told myself I was overtired. My hands were steady. The cake had to be finished. I went back inside without lighting the cigarette and closed the rear door with a firm pull. I checked the latch, then checked it again. I locked the front deadbolt and turned the sign to closed. We weren't supposed to when we were staffed, but there wasn't anyone to buy a donut at 3:30 with the bar dark. I told myself it was practical. I stood in the middle of the shop and listened for the compressor on the display case to kick in. When it finally did, the hum felt like being found. Back in the kitchen, the radio sputtered into static and then cleared. I left it on low, even though it only carried commercials. I smoothed the lemon frosting and pressed the pattern on the side with the comb, the lines catching the light. My elbows knew what to do. I piped the border, added the pale slices on top. My mind tried to reach back into that lot and pull an explanation out of it and couldn't grab anything. I thought of my boss's face when his phone lit up. I thought of the way the front door moved without anyone touching it, like a person polishing the glass from the outside with a soft sleeve. I kept working until the cake looked right. Nothing else happened. The bell didn't ring again. The air remembered how to make small sounds. A car went down the cross street and lifted a little grit as it turned. Somewhere a dog barked once and fell quiet. When the oven cycled, the metal ticked. I stacked the boxes we'd need for the morning rush and labeled the top one for the lemon order. The steadiness of those actions started to feel like an answer. If someone had wanted to come in and bother me, they hadn't. If a hinge needed oil, it would need it tomorrow too. At 6, the back door opened with a small bump and my boss came in, smelling like cold air and coffee. He kept his voice careful when he asked if everything went okay. I told him why I'd turned the sign and that the bell had gone twice. I told him I'd checked the cameras in the lot and the alley, and there was no one. I heard myself say no one, like it meant yes. Anyway, he listened and looked at the floor like he was seeing footprints. He said a woman who'd worked nights before me had run into odd hours too. His words quick and non-specific, like he was stepping around details on purpose. He didn't try to name it. He just said we'd make sure the door got fixed, and he was sorry he'd left. I nodded and peeled the tape from the cake box so he could check the decoration. The lemon slices looked clean in the bright kitchen light. I made coffee and poured 2 cups, and felt my hands again like they were mine. On Saturday I came in at the same time, and it was normal. The bell rang when people came in, and men from the bar wandered over for crullers, and I only half noticed the night. Sunday was fine too. I wasn't alone either night, and the lot sounded like a lot again. I like working when most people sleep. There's less to pretend about. I swept a short drift of flour toward the dustpan, then reached and touched the deadbolt out of habit. Once then again. I washed the metal bowl with the lemon curd bits still clinging and set it upside down on the rack. I thought about how the door had eased open both times, as if whoever stood there had changed their mind. Later I told myself that too could be a habit of the building. I still touched the deadbolt twice, and then once more. Then I put on my coat and watched my breath fog, the glass before I stepped into the morning. Most nights, the hallway outside my door sounded like a radio between stations, soft, present, and not quite shaped. I always put it in my profile because it saved everyone time. I wrote that I was a woman, and that I supported trans rights, which was as close as I could get on the app that flagged the word transgender as sexual. It made the field feel like a hallway with a trick step. Most nights I could laugh about it. On good nights I could forget the rule completely until I met someone new and had to find a way to be clear. He messaged me from an hour away. His pictures were the kind where the corners of the frames showed other lives' tools hanging in a garage, a cracked bathroom mirror, a bar patio with a string of lights turned off in daylight. He had thick glasses and a smile that didn't invite you. It warned you something at the edges might be wrong. People can't help their faces. I thought I could be generous in the space of a chat window. We talked like strangers do, and each hoped the other would be decent. He said he was trying to quit smoking. He said only when stressed, only when upset. And I pictured fingers tapping a steering wheel, a lighter he promised not to use. When he asked for my number, my thumb did what it always did before my brain caught up. I told him I'd be slow to respond because of night class. The room was already crowded with books, and the half-folded laundry I used as a desk. He announced himself by text before I could send my usuals. I keep a message saved, because it makes the work of disclosure smaller. I say who I am, and that I understand if it's not for them. It cuts the room in half quickly. That night I hadn't sent it yet, when his next text came with a name I used to belong to. He asked who the man was, the one whose name was on my old accounts, and why he was paying my phone bill. The words on the screen didn't make sense in the way a sudden smell doesn't place. Then my stomach let me know the shape of it. He had paid a sight to dig through me. The past showed up in the present like a receipt, slipped under the door. I told him the truth and told him goodbye in the same breath. It should have been the end of it. He sent my address back to me, easy as reading a label. He said he was coming by. I lied without thinking, said I had moved, said again to leave me alone. He said he'd run a full background check. He said I had lied. I told him I'd send screenshots to people who knew what to do with them, and I did. The act of sending sat me up straighter, like putting your hand on a railing. He went quiet after that. Quiet is a relief and a worry at once. The silence stretched into a week, then another, and I learned the sound of the hallway at different hours. I told myself it was over and still caught myself checking the phone for a number I didn't want to see. I started double-checking the windows at night. The apartment had 3 units in a row, all one story, walls thin enough to hear a neighbor sneeze, but not thin enough to share air. My place had a window AC unit that pulled the world inside when it worked too hard. I kept smelling smoke that wasn't mine. Thin at first, like it had ridden in on someone's coat and stayed. It would fade when I stood up and find me again when I sat down. I turned the AC off and the room went still and warm. The week bent around an assignment for my ASL class. I signed the same short story again and again into the camera until my hands found the rhythm without the words. It felt good to be clear and precise when everything else scattered. My cat insisted on being in frame, then insisted on not being, and I had to start over more than once. Between takes there was this small moment when the room felt crowded like the air had been breathed twice. I watched my own face in the corner of the screen to make sure my voice showed without a sound. The apartment took on the quiet of after midnight. I kept catching the smoke and then losing it. I sent the video just after dawn and watched the upload complete, like a held breath. The light through the blinds was the color of paper. I locked the door again, although I was sure I already had, then tugged it once to be certain. Habit looks a lot like superstition when you're tired. I set an alarm for a nap and slept like a badger in a hollow log. Running late does something to your eyes. When I threw on clothes and grabbed my bag, I saw something wrong and didn't see it in a way that made me move faster, not stop. The day at school felt normal. When I got the grade back with an A on it, I touched the corner of the screen like it might smudge. I bought groceries, bread, salad greens, a jar of sauce on sale because the label was crooked, and drove home trying to decide whether to eat first or start homework. On the walkway to my door, I saw what my morning self hadn't processed. I stopped without meaning to. My little front garden was a grid of pavers, edged with gravel. I keep it tidy because it gives me peace to sweep. Now there was a mound of cigarette butts sunk into the stones like a nest, some pale, some stained through, a few still bent in the shape of teeth. The ash had soaked into the damp and made little black halos. It wasn't scattered. It was placed. It sat below my bedroom window like a note. I got a broom and a dustpan and the cheap mask I use when pollen gets bad. The dust stuck to the plastic pan and made a gray line like a seam every time I tapped it. The neighbor, an older man who wore the same hat every day and said hello, whether you answered or not, stepped out and asked if my boyfriend had found me. He shaded his eyes with his hand like the light was too bright. The word felt borrowed. I asked what he meant, and he pointed to my stoop like it had been a stage. He said a young man with dark hair had come and gone for hours the night before, waiting, smoking, sitting on my step and then standing, and then sitting again. He said he'd seen him around and thought it was my boyfriend. I told him it wasn't, and he nodded like a person nods when they wish they'd noticed sooner. I texted my ex because he was who I would have called, even if he wasn't a deputy. He said he was coming by in a while, which meant he had to finish what he was doing first. I sent screenshots of the messages and my neighbor's description. I looked at my door from the outside and tried to see what a stranger would have seen. There was a scuff near the lock from my keys. The small window showed just the top of a lamp and the edge of a bookshelf. The cat sat on the sill and watched me like it was a game. That night, the walls seemed thinner. Every time a car rolled by, I counted to 5 without meaning to. Somewhere close a smoker took a last drag, or I only thought I heard it. I slept in bursts and dreamed of someone sitting and standing and sitting. In the morning, I took the broom out again to catch the last bits the dustpan had missed. Then I put the broom away and checked the locks. Then checked them again because it is easier to touch something twice than to accept the quiet once. I packed a box that didn't need packing and set it by the door like a step I might need. I moved states a few weeks later for reasons that had already been on the calendar. When I signed my new name on the forms, I felt the old one turn into a fact and not a threat. The records closed like a door. The people who love me know the story of me without a map to my front step. I keep the screenshots in a folder I don't look at unless I have to. If a stranger asked for my number now, I gave them a different one first. I kept conversation on the app until a kindness had a shape I could recognize. I told friends to do the same because $5 can buy a lot of information about the wrong person. At the new place, my garden is just a rectangle of dirt I haven't decided what to do with. Sometimes when I take the trash out, I look down without thinking, as if ash has a way of finding places to rest. There is nothing there but a stray leaf and the line where the sun stops. I sweep anyway, and the sound of the broom on the concrete is ordinary and good. I go inside. I turn the AC on and breathe. By the 4th or 5th morning, we knew the rhythm: coffee on the stove, cards under the pine, dogs twitching at every jay. We'd met the usual run of folks, people leaning over our table to ask about mallets, matches, a splash of milk. We didn't mind. It passed the time. We were used to being the ones with extra. The zipper on the camper raspied louder than it should have. A bright little rip in a place that wanted whispers. We took the long way west for our honeymoon. 2 dogs asleep in the back, and the last of June leaning its shoulder into the mountains. By the time we found our campsite, the day had a blue rinsed look and the pines were throwing real shade. We set the camper on its blocks, ran the awning out, staked a little square of the world as ours. Up there the air moved sound along in a hurry and then swallowed it, like a cup passed down a row and emptied before you could call for another. It felt like the place rewarded quiet. She appeared while we were counting tricks. No footsteps across the duff, no zipper sound, just a voice right at the edge of our sight asking if she could pet the dog. The dogs exploded first, barking like they hadn't seen her get that close. I told her no, polite, because their hackles were high, and they didn't know her. She didn't take a step either way. She stayed there, not looking quite at us, not quite away. I asked if she needed something. She said no. After a while, she drifted off into a sight down the path where a small tent already sat. From her pack, she pulled a smaller tent, a 1-person tube, and started threading poles. The day before, I'd watched 2 young women set up that small tent and leave. They hadn't come back. At least we hadn't noticed. Now this new tent sprouted in the corner like a volunteer plant. No one planned for. Morning I walked for a shower with my towel thrown over my shoulder. and my sandals biting little half moons into my heels. As I passed the site, her tent flap was open and she was in there with a book. On the way back, the flap was zipped but moving like someone inside was shifting their knees. Just as I came even, the zipper ran down and there she was, naked, bracing herself in the opening. She lifted her arms until her fingers brushed the tent's sag, elbows locked, ribs showing under skin like slats. The sound she made wasn't words so much as breath shaped on purpose. It was the kind of sound that makes the air around it pay attention. It did what a person does when a line gets crossed in broad daylight. I kept walking, kept my face the way you keep it when you've just seen something you don't want to take ownership of. Back at our site, I told my wife what I'd seen. We laughed some because laughter was the closest tool. Then we filled the day with a plan. A hike to the waterfall, the trailhead reachable by a service road that cut through the campground. We tried to handle it simple. We stopped, the way you do when you want someone behind you to pass. We stepped off to the side and shared a granola bar between us with the dogs nosing our hands, giving the trail up like a lane. When she didn't pass, she held at 20 or 30 feet, the bend putting a broom of fir boughs between us, so I could see her shoes and not her hands. Space got narrow then. Even though there was sky everywhere, we cut the loop short and headed for the return, jogging where the path bent, and the trees took her out of sight. When the trail kinked left, we trotted the straightaways and walked the corners, counting off switchbacks the way people count breaths. If she came around the bend again, she did it slow enough for us to lengthen the thread. The path rose through lodgepole and fir. At the trailhead, we leaned against the posts and drank water, and took pictures because the mountains, when they show themselves, ask for proof. That's when she came up from the campground side. I might have said coincidence if she hadn't stopped the second our eyes met. She didn't walk forward. She didn't retreat. She stood there like a dropped pin, and my wife followed my gaze and went still too. Even the dogs, who'd been wild for the trail, kept glancing back over their shoulders. Our younger dog learned a new kind of watchfulness in one morning. That night, my wife came back from the shower house with wet hair and a look that had both worry and pity in it. She'd seen the woman in the bathroom with the two girls who owned the other tent. Not friends, my wife said. You could tell by the way the two moved together and the way the woman hovered in their orbit. The younger pair were doing their faces like they had plans in the ski town. There's always a street, with bars near a mountain, and they told the woman they'd meet her at a restaurant we both knew closed early. My wife, who has little patience for meanness dressed as manners, told them quietly she didn't like the game. They told her the woman had set up on their site while they were gone and wouldn't take hints. They said they were leaving the next day and didn't want a scene. My wife said they could tell the warden. By Friday, our friends had driven up from the city. They hadn't been with us 15 minutes when she walked into our site, as if it had a door anyone could use. Our older dog barked until his paws skated in place on the dirt. She asked if she could pet him. I said, "Not today. He's not feeling friendly," which was true in a broader sense than just the dog. She saw the brand on our friend's tent bag and said something about having the same kind smaller. She put her hand on their hammer and picked up a stake like she owned the movement. My friend told her he had it. Thanks, and reached for his tools. The look she gave him started at his hand and ended somewhere else entirely. Then she let the hammer fall into the dirt and ran. No stumble, no embarrassment. Run as a decision. We told our friends the version of the story that fit in a circle of camp chairs. We skipped what we couldn't explain. People come to the drinking part of a camping day pretty fast. Around 11, the dark felt the way it does when the fires down the loop have turned to ember and the night has only one sound at a time. She came again. She stood just inside our zone of light and asked if she could stay with us, if she could sleep in our tent, if we were up for what she called a good time. My friend, who lets his mouth swing wide when he's soft from beer, made a crude joke out of it. She smiled not at him, but at the space between us, then turned and looked straight at me the way a clerk singles you out when it's finally your turn. "I like your friend," she said, meaning me. like it was something I'd done. Then she walked toward the tree line the way water finds a seam and disappears. Around 3, a scream broke the night open right outside our camper. It was close enough to lift the hair on my forearms before I was fully awake. The dogs roared into it, and my wife grabbed my wrist so tight my fingers tingled. I raised the window shade 2 inches, maybe 3, with the moon in it. The path was a pale scratch, and she was on it, motionless. The kind of still that is less a pause than a choice. The slice of view I had was enough for the belief that her eyes found mine. My shoulders ached from how still I held them. I hadn't meant to hold that long. Then she turned as if she'd only remembered something and walked back down the path toward her tent. I got up and checked the door latch on the camper, the deadbolt that never mattered until it did, and poured an inch of whiskey into a plastic cup and watched the bug that couldn't get out of the light. The days took on the odd tilt you get when you're on vacation, and something phrased the ordinary. We hiked shorter. We stayed near the water more. We let the dogs swim at the river and watch the current drag sticks downstream and spin them back to shore. We slept hard, then woke at small noises, then slept again. When we passed the bathrooms, we looked at the tile on the floor instead of the mirrors. Our last evening, we walked up to a lookout where the park had bolted 2 metal chairs to a concrete pad. The chairs faced the river valley and the hard western mountains that kept their distance even when they were close. A thin downslope wind lifted the dogs' ears and brought up the river's cold, that metal smell water gets at dusk. The sun did the thing it does in an honest sky. Lower widen, hand the edges of everything over to shadow. We took pictures because leaving requires proof too. That's when my wife saw her, not near, but there, half down the slope, inside a line of trees like she'd grown up in them, watching us the way we'd watched the river, alert, quiet, undecided. We took our toothbrushes and went in a group to the bathrooms, because group is a kind of shelter. On the way back, my wife touched my sleeve and pointed. The site where the 2 girls had stayed, the site where the little 1-person tent had been, was shredded. A scatter of food, clothes, wrappers caught by the grass and the roots and the wire of the fire grate. The tent was gone. It didn't look like a bear. It looked like a person leaving in a hurry and making sure no one could pretend it hadn't happened. The path from the sinks to our loop cut right past that corner site, a narrow strip of crushed gravel, where people tried to step quiet after lights out. The park patrol's truck came past on its rounds and stopped there. We told them what we could, that someone had been camping without permission on someone else's site, that she'd been walking through the night like it belonged to her, that we were worried. They took our site number, asked which loop she'd been using, and jotted the time. One of them radioed a note while the other checked the fire grate for heat. They thanked us. The night did what nights do and went on without explanation. Later in the car, my wife said she felt bad for the woman and disgusted and scared, all in a stack that wouldn't smooth. I said something about how loneliness can make a person push into spaces where they don't fit, and sometimes it breaks the room. Then I stopped talking, because I didn't want to make a story that felt like an explanation. Some things don't bend toward reason under your hands. They just sit there, weighty and present, like a rock beside a chair. We didn't see her again. We packed the camper the next morning while the dogs lay flat on their sides in the shade, eyelids flickering. The picnic table smelled like pine sap and coffee. A jay worked the ground for anything we'd dropped. The world had gone back to its regular volume. The latch on the storage bin clicked twice, louder than it needed to. I pressed it again until the sound was small. We checked the site twice the way you do when you're trying not to leave anything behind. Then we checked again. It was habit by then, that third look. She came up the slope, not rushed, not slow, and sat on the boulder next to the chairs. The boulder had a flat face where hands had worn it smooth. She didn't speak. She didn't look at us or away. When she settled, fine grit slid off the rock under her and ticked down the metal leg of my chair. A faint tapping that went on a beat longer than felt right. She sat in our scene, the way you might sit in a waiting room you weren't invited to. My wife asked me if I could take one last photograph of the valley. She did it with that small lift in her voice we use with children in stores. I understood. I lined up my frame with the river's braid below, and the ridge on the far side, and let the right edge catch the boulder where she sat. The shutter made its soft mechanical swallow, and I lowered the camera and we all looked out one more time. Then we stood up and said nothing, and gathered our things and walked down the path together. 3 pairs of feet and 4 paws making a kind of order out of the loose rocks. We drove down off the mountain like people leave a house after a long visit, windows shut, stove checked twice, lights off. Thank you. The dog slept hard across the back seat, paw pads twitching like they were still running the trail. We stopped for gas in a town that smelled like dust and cut hay, and my wife came back out with 2 coffees and a paper bag. The pump knocked off with a hollow thunk. Inside, the coffee lids made that little snap when they sealed, and for a second the day sounded ordinary again. We have the photograph saved somewhere. If you showed it to someone, they'd point to the river or the light on the ridge and say what a view. The woman would just be a figure at the edge of the frame, ordinary as a stranger on a bench. If you were us, you'd know what was in the border, and you'd feel your shoulders go tight for a second, and then you'd let them drop. Sometimes I took the long way to the bus without thinking about it, like a hand choosing the cooler side of a cup. The stairwell near the tailor's place breathed out that old damp coat smell. Even from the sidewalk, a stale kind of weather that belonged to the building. It was a weekday near dusk when I went to drop off a shirt for my cousin's party. The air was cool and steady. I remember the sleeves of that shirt felt too light in my hands, like they might slip free. When we exchanged photos earlier that day, I was in the back room at work, leaning against a mop sink. The fluorescent light made my face look uncertain. I sent the picture anyway. It felt like stepping into daylight for a second. The photo he sent back belonged to a boy I'd noticed around town. Black hair, clean jawline, the kind of smile that stays with you when you're wide awake at night, trying not to add meaning to a stranger. I had written that I'd seen him before and hadn't known. He had said we could meet, not far from where I was headed anyway, in front of the tailor's building. It felt like an easy convergence. Run an errand, say hello in the open air, keep it simple. The building stacked its lives, a clothing store on the ground floor, where my aunt worked behind a glass counter. Then a room for events with thin music, sometimes leaking under the door. A barber on the third with the blue-red pole flickering in a sad way, and the tailor up above it all with a radio that clicked and popped. The volume never quite right. In a mid-sized U.S. river town, the bus line cut past a block like this on every route. I kept it vague on purpose. No corner names here, though the stop felt like any on a main drag you'd know by heart. I told myself I had a plan. Shirt first, then see my aunt, then maybe meet the boy who had sent a rose as his face on an app where most of us hid in some way or another. The back of the building faced a narrow service strip. It was the kind of place where the ground collected bottle caps and flattened cartons, where you could step out to smoke and not be noticed. I looked down through the glass. There were 5 men back there. They were all about the same age, late 20s, jackets open, their shoes scuffing the cracked pavement as if they'd been standing there a while. None of them was the boy from the picture. None of them looked even close. They weren't doing much, just at ease and waiting, which is its own kind of doing. I held my phone and typed. I angled the screen away from the window out of habit, and in the same beat the nearest man shifted to make room for no one, as if a cue had been passed along without sound. You hear? The instant I sent it, one of the men's screens lit up like a fish rising in a dark river. He lowered his head and began to type. It wasn't proof, I told myself. Phones go off all the time, but the timing sat against my ribs. Upstairs, the tailor pinned my cuffs with fast little gestures. He had a habit of humming half a tune and stopping just before it got familiar. I said it would be picked up in a few days. He looked at the shirt like it was a small repair in a large world and nodded. I went down to the clothing shop where my aunt had her thermos of tea and a hand mirror she kept polishing, though no one asked for it. She asked after my mother, after my sleep. I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to tell her anything about why I lingered by the window. I wrote back, "Come to the side, easier." His reply came, "I stepped behind the tailor shop. I went there to smoke so no one would see me. Come smoke with me." I read it again and again, as if it might reshuffle into something better. Behind the shop was the strip with no eyes. But maybe their eyes and standing next to someone there meant committing to the kind of distance where anything felt possible. The side of the building was a thin run of concrete between walls. No windows there, only the scene where brick met patchy plaster and a drain pipe that rattled when scooters passed. I liked that there was a line of sight to the main street. A man could breathe and see traffic move. That felt like a way out. He answered, "No, back is quieter. Just come." My aunt asked if I could carry a box of scarves to the front. I took it over and set it down, trying for a normal face, when the bell on the shop door rang. I startled hard enough that she gave me a look. I said I was thinking about bus times. She accepted it the way people accept things. They let you keep your small story, if it helps. I texted again. "Side is better. No one looks." I put my phone to silent. My palm had that dry, sticky feel you get from nerves, and the door's metal edge was cooler than I expected, a clean line against my skin. I eased the door open just enough to see down the side passage. It was clear from where I stood. I told myself I would take 5 steps, then look again. I knew a trick from being small in this city, that if you walk with the purpose of someone late for a bus, people tend to leave you out of their plans. There was a long absence from the screen that made my heartbeat register in the side of my neck, then okay, sighed. I didn't step out. I only leaned until the dry hinge made a sound like a cough. I looked left and right. I saw the edge of the alley to the back, and I saw the sidewalk to the front where the street widened to the bus stop. There was a single cigarette butt, still smoking near the drain pipe. Whoever had left it hadn't been gone long. They didn't look like the picture I had been given. They looked like men with time to spare, who knew how to wait where walls squeezed you in. One of them checked his phone casually, lighting up his face for a moment. Another adjusted his jacket. No one called out to me. No one had to. The invitation had already been delivered. From the corner where the building's rear turned toward the side, movement shifted. Shadows slid first, and then they came in a neat arc. Not fast, not slow. Like people used to stepping into a space just wide enough to make someone else choose. It was a calm, synchronized thing, not hurried. All 5 then, as if the place had been agreed upon and I was the only one who hadn't signed the paper. It wasn't a sprint, just a bus-late pace pushed into running at the corners, shoes making that shallow drum on the walk. My body knew that a straight line was smarter than turning around to explain myself. I passed the bus stop and didn't stop, even though the bus had its doors open and the driver looked at me like I had missed something. My phone worried my pocket while I kept moving. The messages stacked into something polite and wrong at the same time. Check-ins with the edges sanded down, as if written for someone looking over a shoulder. I didn't look until I was 3 blocks away, where the street opened up into a little square that always smelled like fried dough in the afternoons. I typed a single word that sounded neutral enough. Sorry. Then I kept moving. My thumb found the lock button on my phone. I thought about the bus. I thought about my aunt. Near enough to hear if someone knocked on the door in a normal way. I thought about the small pocket of time left before the light changed to full evening. There was nothing grand to do. I pulled the door back just enough to let it find its latch again. Then I ran. For a while, I had this small tremor in my hands that would show up only when I tried to do quiet tasks, like thread a needle or drink water without spilling. In conversations, I started cutting out unnecessary words like a person trimming loose threads on a shirt. Friends said I seemed focused. I nodded as if that were what it was. By the time I got home, the room held its own small current draft, sneaking under the sill, curtain lifting and settling like a slow breath. Home was the usual box. Thin walls, cracked screen that rattled when a truck passed. A light that hummed more than it shone. It could have been any walk-up a few stops from downtown. I hung the shirt on the back of a chair and stood looking at it like it might explain something. The room was the same as always. 3 plants on the sill. My keys hung on a bent nail by the door. I sat on the edge of the bed and listened for footsteps in the hall. No one came. I watched the light change until the room held its evening shape. A week later, I went back to pick up the shirt. The tailor had done clean work. My aunt took the initiative on the tie. We chose something dark that made the fabric look a little warmer, as if a person might be welcome in some room at the edge of a celebration. She asked if I had any news. I told her about a bus that never came. Outside, the same passage along the building waited. The same strip at the back where people went to smoke. A man stood there now, older, lighting his cigarette with cupped hands. He didn't look at me. I walked on, past the barber where the pole turned and flickered, past the event room door, where a vacuum droned. The city kept its modest rhythm. I let it carry me to the bus stop. There, I watched the bus draw up and studied the reflection in its window. When the doors opened, I let the warmer air roll past my face. The bus exhaling like a tired room. My face looked like mine. Familiar enough. The doors sighed open. I stepped on and held the rail. The driver nodded. The bus pulled away and made its slow way down the street. And that was the whole of it. Some houses make their own weather, even when the sky is already working at it. The house faced the river with a bluff of old sycamores between us and the water. If you stood on the upstairs landing and leaned toward the window, you could see the bright strip of water tilt and flash through the leaves. When we first toured it, the owner stood with my parents at the foot of the stairs and told them how he'd framed everything himself, how he'd lined up the kitchen window to catch the sunrise over the bend. He had a voice that carried, an easy laugh that bounced around the empty rooms. I hung back by the banister, hands in the pockets of my sweatshirt, pretending to scroll through my phone so I didn't have to look interested. I stayed out of the circle. There was a pause while my dad asked about the roof. The man turned, not toward me, but past me toward the front door, like he'd been called, and his whole face changed, as fast as a light going out. His mouth flattened and pulled down. His eyes narrowed the way people narrow them when they're thinking something private and bitter. It was a look I had seen on strangers in traffic for a second, but not on someone standing 3 feet from me. It wasn't anger at anything in the room. It was a look that had me in it, even though he wasn't looking at me. I watched my mom watch him and didn't say anything until we were in the car. I told her about the scowl, how sudden it was, how it felt like a crack in the wall had let something else look out. She said he might just be one of those people whose face falls when they stop talking. Nothing to make a story out of. We signed papers. We moved in. The smile I'd watched still sat somewhere behind my eyes, small as grit, but the keys were warm in my mother's hand. It was March, a wet Sunday where the sky had the color of a bruise, and I didn't feel like going anywhere. The church my family went to was half an hour west, and every ride there meant talk radio that made me queasy, and my stepdad tapping the wheel like a metronome. I told my mom I was tired, and that I'd do the dishes while they were gone. She looked at me for a long second, weighing some other reason, then said fine, and locked the front door, jiggled the deadbolt to show me it held, and pulled the door tight behind her. I always noticed the front door, because it stuck a little and you had to lift up on the handle as you turned the key. The back door was a glass-paneled one off the kitchen. Both had shiny brass knobs that showed fingerprints if you touched them with anything greasy. We hadn't changed either lock because the week had been a kite string of errands and boxes and everyone going in and out. We meant to. We kept meaning. By 11, the wind had picked up and started putting its shoulder against the house. I had a book open on my bed, and a baseball bat leaned between the nightstand and the wall, because that's where my stepdad had joked it should live, just in reach, the kind of tool you forget until you need it. The rain was not heavy, just a steady hiss that gave the rooms a muffled feel, as if the house were wearing a hat. The banging started like that, muffled but strong, rhythmic, not the random rattle you get from a loose shingle. 3 hits, a pause, 3 hits again. It came from the side of the house where the dining room jutted out, where the clapboard had a fresh coat of pale paint and smelled like wet paper. I stood up too fast and felt a shift in my stomach, then went to the window on the landing and tried to sight along the siding, but all I could see were wet leaves stuck to glass and the gray shape of the neighbor's fence. The banging stopped. The house went back to its wet quiet so quickly, I almost felt embarrassed for standing there. 10 minutes later, there was a sound that didn't belong to the weather. It was the smooth slide of a chair leg against the tile, then the tiny cluck of a cabinet hinge, and the hollow thump of wood meeting wood, then the heavy sigh of the refrigerator door opening, which in that house had a sound like a book being opened on a desk. These were sounds I knew because I'd made them. They sounded like me, but in a different rhythm. A person does things in a rhythm that the wind can't borrow. I knew that, and I knew that it wasn't the radio or a neighbor or the house settling, and a heat started in my chest and spread out to my hands. I shut my bedroom door. I turned the lock on the bronze knob and felt the tiny blunt click of it. My hand shook and left a partial print on the metal. I slid the bat up so it wasn't tangled in the phone cord on the nightstand. I sat down on the floor between my bed and the wall, where I could brace my feet and get a swing angle that wasn't ridiculous. The woman who answered sounded bored, in a way that made me feel steadier, like the world outside my house was still normal. She asked for the address, and I told her, flattening each number with care so I wouldn't have to say it again. She asked if I could see the person. I told her no, but that I had heard a chair and the fridge and the cabinets, and that the front door had been locked when my mom left. She told me how many minutes away someone was. 10. It felt both too long and like maybe there was time to become a different person. While she was talking, I texted my mom. Someone is here. I called 911. Mine. Thumb hit the wrong letter and I corrected it and sent it again. The operator asked me to stay on the line. I told her I would. She asked how old I was. I said 17, because saying it out loud made it sound like a fixed thing you could account for. She told me again not to go downstairs, not to try to confront anyone, just to wait. I said I would, and I didn't let the word okay out, because if I used the normal word I might cry. I could hear him walk. It was one set of footfalls, not many. The floor in that house was thin and had a little spring in it in the hallway, and the sound carried like a bass line under the humming of the rain. From the kitchen to the living room, a pause, then past the front door where the runner rug slid and caught and made a soft drag. He went toward the stairs and then up, the steps talking in their different notes. Low one, high one, low one. I pressed my palm flat against the bat handle and felt the seam of the leather tape. He reached the top and turned left. My door was the second on that side. I knew exactly where he was by the way the weight shifted the hallway boards. He stopped outside the first door and tried the knob there. A little rattle like a spoon in a drawer. Then my door. The knob turned. It turned with purpose. Not a polite check, but not violent either. It stopped at the lock. There was a pause. Not a step, just a standing. He didn't knock. He didn't breathe loud. But I heard it anyway because the house made everything into a container. It sounded like someone listening to their own breath. I counted a slow breath into my sleeve and let it go there. In that pause, I felt something sharp and mean rise from my stomach into my throat, and for a second I thought I would make a sound that would ruin me. I bit the inside of my cheek and tasted a small iron taste. The operator was saying my name again, and I couldn't say anything because my mouth would have made a noise that carried through the wood. and I didn't want this person to have my voice. The bat felt lighter than it should have for something that could break a bone. The knob went back to its resting place. The breath shifted. The weight turned away. He walked back down the hallway, each board giving him up. Then the stairs again. Then the living room. Then the short set of steps down to the kitchen. The back door opened. A draft slid under my door. Cool, faint, edged with rain. And then settled as the latch met the strike. The door closed. It had that same hollow, padded sound that the refrigerator had. "Are you still with me?" the operator said in my ear, softer now. I told her yes. I told her he'd gone out the back door. She asked if I was sure. I said no, but that was what I'd heard. She said the officers were turning onto our road, and did I want them to force the door or could I let them in? I looked at my own door and the bat in my hands and thought about how doors were just puzzles that people solved all day. I said I would let them in. I stood up too fast again. The world narrowed and swam, and then came back. I unlocked my door and stepped into the hallway. The carpet there showed a perfect fresh path the vacuum had made the night before. My mother loved how the new vacuum left lines like a field. There were prints on those lines. They were not ours. They were longer than my stepdad's boots and a little narrower, like the feet belonged to someone tall who took care of where they put them. They went right up to my door and stopped there like someone had put a coin down and decided not to pick it up. I went down the stairs holding the bat, whether it made sense or not, and when I looked back over my shoulder, the prints were still there and still wrong. The officers stood on the porch with their hands loose near their belts, and the rain making little dots on their hats. I opened the front door, the deadbolt smooth in my hand, and said there was no one now. The taller one asked where I had been. I said upstairs. The shorter one asked if I had a dog. I said no. The taller one went to the back door and looked at the knob and the sill, and then kept going out into the yard, his shoes bleaching the wet grass a little with every step. The shorter one stood near the bottom of the stairs and looked up, and then looked at me looking at him. He asked if I lived here. I said yes. They walked through each room in that careful way that is half performance. They opened closets and made noise with hangers, so I would hear it and know they were doing their job. They kept their voices low like they were in a library. The taller one came back inside and said there were no footprints in the mud at the back step that he could see, which surprised me because I had heard the door in the air, and I wanted the ground to have recorded it for someone besides me. Our back step sat under a shallow overhang and the mat was one of those coarse rubber ones that swallowed wet. If he kept to the stones, he could have left the yard clean. He lifted the corner of the kitchen rug and then set it down again. The shorter one asked me to show him the back door. I did. He touched the handle with the tip of a glove and then put his glove away. While they were still moving through the downstairs, my mom pulled into the driveway and left the car at an angle that would have embarrassed her any other day. She came up the walk quick without an umbrella and stopped on the porch as if she'd reached a cliff. She saw me. She put her hand on my face like I was feverish and then took it away. Without stepping inside, she looked at my stepdad over her shoulder, the car door still open, and asked him if he'd had time to change the locks this week. He froze like the answer was going to be wrong either way. He said no. She nodded like the word had been waiting to sit down somewhere. There was nothing broken. The windows were still latched from the inside, the little swiveling brass tabs lined up with their slots. No screens were bent. The front door had been locked, and when I set the deadbolt again and leaned on it, it held the way it always did. The back door, the glass one, locked and unlocked smoothly and had no scratches around the cylinder. There was no sign, the officers said, of forced entry. They wrote our address down anyway and told me to call if anything else happened, and that sometimes air pressure made doors sound like they opened and closed. The taller one said that. He said it in a way that told me he didn't believe it either, but needed to give me something that wasn't nothing. Upstairs, the prints in the hallway were clearer now that the carpet had dried a little. The tread had a shallow pattern, not the kind of deep crosshatch you get with hiking boots. The heel was scuffed on one side like someone had ground it down a little on concrete over time. They read as dry prints pressed into the pile. Not mud, more like the carpet remembered weight than dirt. They stopped outside my door and didn't reappear farther down the hall. The officers didn't go up there. They stood at the bottom step, looked at the hallway, and then looked at me again. And then one asked the other something under his breath that I didn't catch. And then they left. My mom vacuumed the prints later, not because she didn't believe me, but because that was one of the things she knew how to do, to keep fear from taking up more space than it needed. The lines in the carpet went smooth again. She watched the canister fill with lint and dust and a small bright leaf that had stuck to someone's shoe. When she was done, she turned the vacuum off and the house fell quiet in a way that wasn't comforting. The man who had built the house sent mail for a while. Flyers about a hardware store he liked. A card addressed to new owners with a photo of the river in winter, the water dark and the trees bare, as if to remind us what the view would be once the leaves were gone. We never met him again. After a year, we heard he had died. A neighbor mentioned it in the way neighbors do, standing by a garbage can with a lid in their hand. He had some kind of stroke, they thought, or maybe it was his heart. I said I was sorry, though I didn't know him. I stood there thinking about a face that could become something else between one heartbeat and the next. The neighbor said it the way people pass weather, one hand on the lid of the bin, not looking for a story. We changed the locks then, because it was easy to say we finally had the time, but I knew the truth of what had pressed my breath thin that day wasn't only metal and who had the keys. It was the way a person could be in your house and not hurry, the way he had stood outside my door and listened like he was measuring something he already knew, the way the house had carried his weight, board by board, across its body and recorded it in the carpet as if to be helpful. After that, I kept the bat where it had been, though I moved it a little so it wouldn't knock against the wall if someone bumped the nightstand. I learned the sounds of the house better, the way the front door truly clicked when it was locked, not the halfway click that came from the knob alone, the tiny sigh of the back door weather strip when the door was tight, the difference between the refrigerator door easing open and the freezer sliding on its rails. I practiced the lock on my bedroom door enough times that the movement of my thumb and finger made a quiet muscle memory that could be called up without thinking. Sometimes, on mornings when the river glinted through the trees, I would stand at the landing window and listen to the wind, see what it could borrow from the house. It made a good case. Some days, I would think about that first look I saw on the builder's face and how it had arrived so fast. It didn't have time to put up a story about itself. It wasn't proof of anything. It just lived there in my memory like a chip dropped into a jar. The river kept moving. The sycamores shed their bark in the summer and left pale flakes that collected along the curb like old paper. We watched geese step onto the bank and then back off again as if the ground might be hot. On one of those days, my mom brought home a bag of new keys. She shook the ring and the metal chimed, bright and ordinary. I turned the new lock on the front door and felt the different weight of it, the way a good tool sits in the hand. It didn't change the feel I had of that day, of how someone had been in our kitchen and our hallway, and just outside my door. It didn't have to. It just made the small thing I could do a little better. At night, I would open the window a finger width and listen for the house to settle, then close it again so the seal made that soft kiss against the frame. The house held its shape around us. We lived in it. We learned its shortened path between the couch and the light switch. The back door stayed bolted when no one was home. The lines in the carpet went all one way and then another, and sometimes I liked the way they made a field. Sometimes I didn't. Either way, at night, with the bat leaned where it always was, I slept. I had started leaving the hallway light on out of habit that winter, a small gold square outside the door that made the peephole bright. The building had the kind of polished stone lobby you see in older European blocks, a cold echo to it when the door shut, and a camera above the buzzer that drew everything a little round at the edges. My friend and I were finishing noodles at the small table, the kind with a wobble you learn to ignore. It wobbled anyway. My roommate, tidy and punctual and somewhere in her 50s, left for dinner with friends and pulled the apartment door until a latch clicked twice. The lift at the end of the hall groaned like a tired animal. A minute after she left, the buzzer sounded. The little screen woke. A woman filled it, late 20s, maybe early 30s, standing close enough that the fisheye made her forehead swell. I didn't recognize her. I hesitated with my finger floating above the intercom. She looked up into the lens with a blank patience. I tried to read, then she stepped away. The buzzer sounded again as she turned. I told myself she must be one of my roommate's friends, late and looking for her. I pressed the button and heard the soft electric catch in the lobby release, a little cough through metal, the kind of sound you learn not to notice until you do. I left the screen alive behind me and went back to my plate, letting the ordinary explanation carry itself for a minute. If she wasn't expected, I figured my roommate would call me after they crossed paths downstairs. I made this assumption the way you set a glass a little too close to the edge of a counter and pretend it's fine. The lift thudded to life. 2 minutes later, the bell sounded on the landing. The knock that followed wasn't urgent. 3 firm taps and a pause. I went to the door and put my eye to the peephole. It was the woman from the screen. Closer now, younger than the first impression, hair pulled back, a small backpack on one shoulder. She stood with her hands in the pockets of a gray jacket and looked at the number on the door as if it might tell her something new. Even through the door, I could feel the hallway's colder air sitting on the wood, a thin draft at the seam where the threshold never sealed right. She didn't ring, and then step back and call out like people do. She didn't take out a phone. She was very still, and that was its own kind of noise. I stepped backward and flattened my hand toward my friend. A quiet signal. We moved through the living room, careful where the floorboards creaked, and into my bedroom, the farthest room from the door. My friend whispered that it was probably fine, that I should just open it. In her mind, a woman at the door meant harmless. I shook my head and told her not to be stupid about that. I kept my voice low and steady so I would believe it myself. Women can be trouble too. Anyone can. The bell rang again. Longer this time, her finger leaning into it. My jaw clicked when I swallowed. I rubbed my thumb over the deadbolt like it might heat and change. I called my roommate, no answer. I imagined her walking under the orange streetlights to the little restaurant she liked, her phone deep in her bag, the lift doors closing between her and the person now at our door. The bell rang again. The sound of it makes its own weather in a room when you can't make it stop. Through the peephole, I checked her face, then her hands, then the little tear at the hem of her jacket. When someone is very quiet, you count what you can see. My friend whispered that I was being dramatic. I said nothing and dialed again. The bell rang. The woman shifted her weight once. Her expression didn't change. I tried to imagine the ordinary version of this, a neighbor confused about floors, a delivery gone wrong, but the backpack, the hands and pockets, the lack of calling out, these details gathered like lint, nothing by themselves and too much together. When my roommate finally picked up, her voice was bright and surprised. No, she wasn't expecting anyone, no one her age or younger. She asked if I was all right, if I needed her to come back. I told her we were fine, meaning we were alive and in the apartment, and I had the door between us and the hallway. By then 20 minutes had passed. The woman outside knew somebody was home. The light on the ceiling told her so. Still no phone, no name called, no neighborly apology through the door. She pressed the bell again. Somewhere inside my chest, a patient muscle started to ache. She stepped away from the door and toward the lift. I could see her through the peephole's warping circle. The lift doors slid open with their usual scrape. She went in. There was the quiet of a held breath. In this building, the lift announces itself. The pulley hum. A faint shiver in the floorboards. None of that came. It just stayed open, then closed again, and she stepped back out. I didn't like the picture that made someone inside the lift holding the car in place. Someone waiting. The bell. Again, my friend's fingers had gone white. Around the edge of my desk, time loosened. The television in the living room had kept its blue sleep screen lit, casting a rectangle of color over the couch where our coats were tossed. I watched the crack beneath the door, as if light could change. She stayed almost 40 minutes. I learned that there is a way to be both impatient and endless at a door. When the bell ceased, it wasn't relief at first. It left a shape in the air. I held my breath and counted, then did it again. I opened the bedroom door and crossed the apartment, flicked on the hallway sensor that controlled the outside camera. The feed woke to that fixed angle over the lobby tiles, the doorway making a dark rectangle. She crossed it with her head tipped as if listening. 2 men slid in from the edge of the frame by the mailboxes, and the 3 of them went out in a line. I watched their backs until the frame emptied. I stood with my hand on the door handle and felt the tacky sweat from my palm print cool. Later in the kitchen, my friend told me I had been overcautious. She tried to make a joke out of it, called the 3 of them idiots for waiting that long to do nothing. I didn't have a good reply. Somewhere down the shaft, the lift doors met and parted. A metal breath I would have missed any other night. I turned off the hallway light, and the apartment folded into itself, quiet. After she left, I put my ear to the door for a long time, with no reason beyond the stupid fact of habit. Then I slid the chain into place, even though it had always seemed cosmetic, the kind of security you provide yourself to say you tried. I washed the dishes and left them to dry, then checked the chain again with the back of my knuckle. A little habit I didn't have yesterday. The window latch gave that dull click I knew. The sound of something modest doing its job. Eventually I lay down. The lift took someone somewhere in the early hours, its cable whispering in the shaft. In the morning I could not decide which mistake had mattered most. The press of the buzzer when I wanted to be polite, or the way I wanted to be polite in the first place. I made coffee, waited for the kettle to quiet, and listened to the building breathe through its pipes. I wished my roommate a good morning when she came in with a paper sack from the bakery, apologizing for missing my calls. I told her it was all fine, and it was, in the very plain sense of that word. I moved a week later. I still think of the long, patient ring of the bell and the lift that didn't move. The kind of cold that December brings makes even big places sound small. I was 9 months pregnant and already sore from walking. The kind of soreness that keeps one hand pressed to the small of your back whenever you stand still too long. It was a Saturday in December. We stayed late at the mall because the sales were good, and because I always push things past a reasonable hour, when Christmas is close and I'm trying to make it nice for the kids. The stores were going dark one by one, metal gates coming down. We ate a late dinner at the Applebee's that shares a wall with the west side of the complex. By the time we walked out, it was right around 10, and the lot was quiet in that way. Big lots get light poles humming, with that faint transformer whine, wind pushing old receipts along the pavement, the cold flattening every sound. I had the bags on my wrists and my purse on my shoulder and the keys somewhere in there. Somewhere in that soft, useless mess of a bag, the girls walked ahead to the car. The 15-year-old had that loose way of moving that says she was grown enough to be bored by everything. The 7-year-old tapped the back door handle twice, even though it wouldn't open until I unlocked it. The night felt clean and safe, or at least it did until the man started toward us. I saw him from maybe 40 feet out, moving quickly, looking like a man who'd worn the same clothes too many times. Faded flannel, old jeans, hair the color of dirty snow. He lifted his chin when he was still a ways off, and called out, "This is a stick-up. Give me all your money." I just stared at him. My mind went a blank kind of white, and then I heard my own voice say, "What?" He shook his head and came right up like it had been a joke. He drifted to the far side of the car where my girls were, the back door where the little one liked to sit. "Just kidding," he said, and after that it was small talk. He asked if they'd been good for Santa, if we finished our shopping, what we got. He asked how old they were. He wasn't slurring. He didn't smell like anything. He kept one hand in his pocket, and every so often tipped his head to look over his shoulder, not scanning so much as waiting for the moment the world went empty enough. I didn't want to set him off. I said the little nothings people say at checkout counters. I smiled with my mouth and not my eyes. My hands were all the while digging through my purse, the paper crinkling, the straps of bags cutting the crooks of my elbows. The keys had found a seam and gone to ground. He stayed there beside my daughters like they were his cousins. He'd run into. He asked the older one about school, and she darted looks at me like she had just figured out she didn't know the rules for this situation and needed to borrow mine. The little one was happy to tell him things. She talked about the present she'd picked for her dad and asked if he knew what Minecraft was, and her voice was bright, which kept him talking and kept him there. I tried to end it politely. It was nice talking, but we had to get these kids to bed, that sort of thing. He took those lines and stepped around them the way you curve past a curb puddle, easy and practiced, and asked what their favorite subjects were. He said they were nice young ladies. He looked over his shoulder again. The lot was emptier than it had been 5 minutes before. I remember thinking how sound carries in the cold but means nothing when there's nobody to hear it. There was a moment when I realized I might have dropped the keys in the mall. It slid into me like the wrong weight of a step on a stair you can't see. The girls were on the other side of the car from me, and I pictured the back door opening, and his shoulder moving fast and his body getting inside with them. I could feel the shape of a knife that might be in his pocket without seeing it, and all he would have to do was say something low and sharp with his hand on one of them, and I would have to do whatever he wanted. The thought came in exact little steps. Get in the car, drive, go where he says. I kept my face easy. He looked over his shoulder one more time. Somewhere out in the lot, a shopping cart tapped a corral, a small metal note that didn't carry. Then he said, "Okay, nice talking to you," and walked off the way he came. I stood there a second like I didn't trust that he was really moving away. When I believed it, I found the keys in the purse. They were in the side pocket I never use. I unlocked the doors and told the girls to get in, and we did the quick shuffle of bodies and bags and slammed the doors, and the locks thunked down. I drove out too fast, and then slowed down because sudden moves felt foolish. The older one laughed a little and said that was weird, and the laugh was shaky, like she was teaching herself not to care. I said nothing. I let the heat climb the vents and let the wheel warm my hands. When we got home, my husband was in the kitchen, and he asked how it went, and I said fine. The older one told him about the man by the car and made a joke out of it. I added my part about fishing for the keys like a raccoon, and we were all smiling until my husband's face changed. He went very still, the way you do when you're trying not to show everything you're thinking. I told him again that the man had just talked and left, that he hadn't tried anything. My husband grew up with a badge in the house and did his training when he was young, and he said what he knew in a flat voice. The man had probably been waiting for me to unlock the car and open the back door. If he could get inside with the kids, he could make me do what he wanted. I remembered without wanting to that. The man had been standing by the door where the little one liked to sit, and how he looked over his shoulder as if waiting to be sure we were alone. My husband said the only reason he might have left was that it took too long. The longer it took, the riskier it got. The more he would feel exposed. The keys staying hidden had kept the car shut. I did not sleep right that night, or for a few after. I watched the girls sit at breakfast and talk about their cereal, and I watched doors and latches, like they were new inventions. Still, it folded into other days. We wrapped presents. We put the stockings up. The lot with the light poles and the hummed air went back to being only that. Months passed. Years. The girls got older and their faces thinned in the way kids' faces do. I started a new job on a different schedule at a different kind of place. The stories we tell our husbands become stories we tell ourselves, then tail off, then surface again when something in the world rhymes. The factory sat on a side street not far from the river in Rochester, a few blocks inland from State Street, where the freight still rumbles past, the brick dark from a century of winters. The first time I walked its halls, all I could think about was how many feet had gone up and down those stairs. The shallow dip worn into the middle of each step. The building next door runs dumpster rentals and cleans them, and it draws rats like free candy. Next door they rent and wash dumpsters, and on certain nights a sour, wet iron smell drifts through the loading dock like a reminder. The owner at my site keeps 2 stray cats in the yard, a pair of gray and white siblings I never see apart for long. He built them a low shelter out of plywood, wedged it by the loading dock where the exhaust stacks aren't as loud. He feeds them and gets them water. There is a kindness to it that looks simple and isn't. On my shift, the workers clear out by 7. I walk the doors and latch them, and arm the system. After that, I make rounds and sit at a table beside the panel. The chair is molded plastic and finds every ache in your back. The lights overhead hum here too, but it's a tired hum, as if the filaments have something to say and can't get it out. When the cold set in for real, single digits some nights, the cats started spending more time outside than made sense. They would come into the side room when I opened the door to the yard and then drift toward the exit and wait there, like they were listening for a call I couldn't hear. If they did curl up inside, it was only for a short while before they moved back out on their feet and into the snow. The building is old enough to have opinions. Radios I didn't remember being on started speaking in low music as I came past. Not loud, not cheerful. It would be 1 in the morning and a station out of Buffalo would come through the static with a song from decades back. I turned the volumes down but left them plugged in. The lights went strange in places that had just been fixed. When the maintenance guy swapped a ballast and rewired it, the fixture still stuttered and dimmed, like it wanted a different sky to draw power from. I chalked it up to age and winter, said it out loud once under my breath, as if the building needed reassuring, and kept my feet under me. You say things like that to yourself when you are alone and you want to keep your feet under you. Around 3 one morning, after the delivery bell on the back door clanged, and I checked a signature and watched the man in the brown jacket wheel his cart down the hall. I set my Coca-Cola on the table by the panel. The table is metal and never warm, a smooth plate that gives nothing back. The can had sweated a little and left a ring. I remember the sound the can made when I set it down, the hollow tap of aluminum against steel. I walked the delivery guy back, reset the door, engaged the zone, came right back to my chair, and the can was gone. I looked under the table, behind the old desktop tower we never use, under the chair, in the wastebasket, in the pocket of my coat, because the mind will do strange loops. Nothing, no wet ring on the table, no can tucked into my absent-mindedness, nothing sticky on my sleeve, just absence, as simple and complete as a burned-out bulb. I told myself I had moved it without noticing, that my hands had got ahead of my memory. I told myself I had finished it while thinking about other things. The tongue knows sugar. The tongue said no. 10 minutes later I heard the clock and bell. Not the panel chirp or a hallway ping. The bell, the one above the front time clock that you can hear across the building when someone slaps their card. The bell, round and nickel dull above the time clock, went ding-ding, as crisp as a hammer on a pan. The kind of sound that leaves a faint coin ring in the air. I stood up before I could think about it. The way your body stands when your name is spoken in a crowded place. The hallway from the clock was empty. The glass in the vestibule doors reflected nothing but my own movement. I looked down the line of offices. I called out hello without caring how it sounded. The system was armed and motion sensors would have cried out if anyone had come through. But the bell had rung with the same solid certainty of a hammer hitting metal as it had for 100 mornings. There are explanations for most things. Contacts, dust, temperature swing. I picked one and carried it like a spare key, so the night could go on. I did another round, checked the dock doors and the side exit in the restrooms, and came back to the panel to wait for first shift. At 4:30, I disarmed the east entrance, The first guy to come in wore a knit cap and held his lunch in a plastic bag. He nodded at me and asked if I was alone all night, and I said yes. I asked if he'd seen any other cars and told him about the bell. He laughed on his way past and said, "We call that the apparition, like it was the good luck name you give a forklift that never breaks down." No one ever found the coke. It didn't roll out. It didn't sweat a darker circle on a carpet tile. It didn't turn up behind a bin of earplugs or under a stack of shipping forms. I was simply more awake, and the night had a small hole where a can had been. On my rounds after that, I noticed the cats standing by the exit again. One would look up at the door and then lean its shoulder to the other like a child bumping a sister. I could see their paws lift from the concrete, flexing from the cold. I held the door to the side room for them one more time. They went in. They came back out and stood where they had been standing, facing the same direction, as if they were waiting to go home in a way that didn't include me. That shift ended in the usual way. Day people with coffee cups, the sound of voices in the halls, the building letting go of whatever it had before. I logged the radios, the light, the bell. Under notes I wrote, "Missing drink, unresolved." It didn't explain anything and didn't try to. Later in the car, I thought about the man by the back door of the sedan years before, the exactness of where he stood, the way he had been waiting for an opening that was just a sound away. I thought about the bell and how my body had answered it. Doors and bells and little pieces of metal that decide what comes in. Sometimes the only thing between you and a worse version of the night is the way you fumble, or the way an old system refuses to respond. I went home and took my shoes off in the entryway and put my hand on the wall near the light switch, and for a second I let it rest there. The house was quiet. Somewhere in the ceiling the furnace clicked. The day was already happening without me. I made coffee and set out cereal bowls, and when I had done those ordinary things, I forgot I was angry about the lost Coke. Then I remembered again, the way a forgotten coin turns up in your palm. I stood and let the coffee smell settle, and whatever that bell was, old wire, cold metal, or something else, was now only a thing that had happened. I rinsed the faint ring from the bottom of a mug and set it to dry. On still mornings, you could hear his voice turn corners before you saw him, the notes slipping along the brick like water. I first noticed him because of the singing. He stood at the corner by the bus stop where freshmen missed rides and pizza boxes blew across the crosswalk. He wasn't busking with a case open. He just sang, something operatic that he shaped carefully with his hand cupped near his ear. I don't like carrying coins, and I don't usually hand cash to individuals, but I gave him my change. It felt decent and simple. He'd say thank you without looking straight at me, and by the end of the song he'd tilt his chin up like he was listening for how it landed on the buildings. He told me his name the second time we talked. He asked mine, and I gave it. He was older, hard to place exactly 40s, maybe 50s. I was a sophomore with a backpack that squeaked at the strap. The left buckle chirped when I hurried. Our talks were brief and ordinary. The weather, a joke he'd seen on TV in the electronics aisle of a store, something about the bus schedule being a conspiracy. Once, in a burst, he told me he had almost gone to college on a baseball scholarship and that drugs had wrecked it. He said it fast, like you might yank a bandage. I said I played volleyball, not that it mattered and that I was sorry. Then I hurried off to class, my ponytail thumping between my shoulder blades. I introduced him to my advisor one afternoon because he called my name from the corner, and I didn't want to ignore him. The advisor is the kind who wears canvas sneakers and quotes sociologists. He shook the man's hand, polite and stiff, and we kept walking. A half block later, he asked why the man knew my name. I shrugged. We'd chatted. That was all. He tried to lower his voice without making it a secret. He said the people who were chronically on that corner weren't the same as the men sleeping in the church basement once a month. He said history clung. He said if someone could learn you, they might. He said it evenly, like a weather report. I smiled and filed it under fear I didn't share, then spent the walk rehearsing why I was right. Before we parted, he said, "Please, don't make a friendship there." His tone wasn't superior. He was steady. That made me want to resist more. I walked away thinking I was doing something new by refusing to be afraid. The next time I saw the man, he seemed cross. Or maybe just keyed up. He said too casually whether my boyfriend and I lived together. I laughed and told him the man I'd been walking with was my advisor. His jaw loosened. He chuckled. He started in on an impression of an umpire shouting strike. He watched my face while he did it, like he was checking if the voice fit me. The irritation vanished like a cloud blown off. I didn't mark it as a change at the time. After that, he started giving me things. A flower with a bent stem, a washer the size of a quarter, a pink pen with a missing cap. I accepted the small gifts like I was balancing a tray. I thought it preserved dignity for both of us. He would sing what I guessed were the same two arias, each hanging on a long high note he couldn't quite reach. People waited for the bus with their shoulders hunched and their eyes on their phones. I dropped $1, thanked him, told him to stay warm. Once, a roommate asked about the flower in a cup on the windowsill, and I told her where it came from. She said it was off. I called her paranoid and kept my voice cheerful because I wanted it to be true. My advisor saw the flower the next week. When I logged into his office hours from my kitchen table, he took a breath, and we spent more than a few minutes talking about patterns and how attention can feel like kindness until it doesn't. He didn't lecture. He asked what I wanted out of these little talks on the corner. I said I was just being human. Later I remembered the baseball scholarship and the part that came after it. I told myself I would step back. Then the campus shut down. Lectures turned into tiles on a screen. I moved back to my parents' house, 2 hours away to save on rent. And because my mother wiped down the mail with alcohol swabs and meant it, the days went quiet in a way that felt padded. We ate early and watched the same joke videos and sanitized doorknobs. I didn't think about the man on the corner until a friend posted a video from downtown. A little street mural I recognized, some shaky footage of empty storefronts, the sound of someone singing in the background, hollow and breathy and familiar. It brushed past me and kept going. Later that night, making tea, the sound stuck. I scrolled back to watch again. It wasn't the college town. It was the quiet grid of my parents' place 2 hours away, the courthouse block and 3 closed diners. I kept the recognition to myself. I told myself people move around. The bus lines were still running. It was a coincidence. The voice we hear every day becomes the voice we think we hear in every hallway. I didn't tell my parents because they would have said the thing they always said. Offer food if you want, not money, and don't give life details. Besides, we were in the house all the time. It felt irrelevant. A girl from my high school called me 2 days after that. We weren't close. She said she was downtown and a man had asked about me by name. He knew my major, she said. He knew I played club volleyball. She didn't tell him anything. She thought I should know. She sounded embarrassed, like saying my name to a stranger felt like lifting a cloth. I asked what she'd been wearing because I was grasping at anything. And she said our college sweatshirt. That made a neat line in my head. He'd seen the logo and decided she might know me. He was asking after how I was doing. It was odd, and it was sweet. I thanked her. We hung up. I stood in the laundry room and listened to the dryer knock a button against the glass. That night, the radiator ticked in a pattern that tried to be his high note and failed. I went back to the apartment a few weeks later to finish the semester. It was impossible to get work done in a house where the news was on in the kitchen, and my father coughed into the sink like it could catch. The night I returned, the streetlight outside my window blinked and stayed off. I slept. Anyway, when I walked across campus to the pharmacy that weekend, the man was on the same corner wearing the same jacket, singing. He smiled when he saw me as if I'd been gone a day. Something in my chest slipped off a rung. I nodded and kept walking. I didn't put cash in his hand. I didn't tell anyone. Shame did its soft work. I had said I was brave when maybe I was only naive. I finished finals and left again, this time to my brother's apartment in another state where he had an extra bed. His roommate had gone home, and my brother cooks when he's nervous, so the place smelled like onions and dish soap. We didn't see people. We wiped the milk down with a paper towel. It was calming to be bossed around about hand washing by someone who only half believed his own rules. On the 9th morning, I woke to his voice at the front door, loud in that way. People try to be kind from behind a barrier. I stepped into the hallway and saw him holding the door just barely open with his foot. His body turned to block the gap. He looked at me like I'd broken a rule. No one wrote. He closed the door all the way and spun, whispering that Mom and Dad were going to lose it, that I should have told him that we were in lockdown, that of all the choices I could make, I had picked this one. His face had the color of someone who's been up too late, arguing online. I thought for a second that the police had come for some unglamorous reason. A parking ticket, the fake ID I hadn't used in months. Then he said that my boyfriend was here. He said the man at the door had used my name, my major, that we'd had a fight, and the man wanted to fix it. I told my brother I didn't have a boyfriend. He stared at me until my voice stopped shaking, and then his expression shifted from anger to confusion. He opened the door a crack and told the person he had the wrong apartment, that the person he was looking for wasn't there. I looked through the peephole because that was the part of the scene that made sense. If someone says there's a thing, you go and look at the thing. The man on the landing had shaved. His hair was slicked down with something that left little flakes around his ears. He wore a too clean button-down that was missing a button at the cuff. It took me a second to recognize him without the corner and the wind and the jacket. He was the singer from the bus stop. I took a step back from the door. My brother leaned toward the wood and said, in his reasonable voice, that we were taking distancing seriously and the visitor should leave. Through the door came a measured reply, as if reading off a list he'd written down. He had practiced this. He used my name. He said he knew I was there. He said he was sorry about the avoiding. He said he'd cleaned up for me. That was the word he used. Cleaned. My brother looked at me and rolled his eyes, not because he thought it was funny, but because sometimes rolling your eyes buys you a moment to think. He told the man to go. There was the sound of footsteps moving away from the door. Then a shape passed the window, and I felt the small room snap tight around me. The window sat to the right of the door over the small back deck, low enough that a person on the landing could put both hands flat against the pane. The sill was scuffed where boxes had sat, and beyond it the deck boards ran gray and damp from last week's rain. The man leaned close to the glass with his hands splayed wide, like he was trying to show us his emptiness. His eyes were too big in his face. Something had dried white at the corners of his mouth. He said he was taking me anywhere I wanted to go, like the door itself had been my idea, if he could just get through it. He said my brother couldn't keep me. He said I shouldn't let this little man tell me what to do. I couldn't tell if he was threatening or pleading. The words sounded like a script he'd rehearsed, lines worn smooth by repetition. My brother told him to get off the deck. He was rolling up his sleeves like that might accomplish something. I wanted to tell him not to go outside, not to try to talk to someone who was somewhere far inside himself. My throat wouldn't make shapes. Air got thinner in the room. I made a sound that wasn't language. The man punched the window. He must have aimed for the corner near the latch because the glass cracked in a spider shape, and then gave. There was a pause that didn't feel real. He drew his arm back, and when it came through, blood came with it in an ugly sheet. He stared at his hand, then at us. His voice went higher. He said, "Look what you did." He said this proved something. He said he couldn't be stopped, and that he was right. My brother's face went colorless. He told me to call 911, and I did, my fingers hitting the numbers hard enough to hurt. While I was still saying our address, he stepped off the deck rail and squared to the slab, hitting the door with his shoulder in short, awkward jolts. More noise than force. The police came fast. The siren sounded wrong in a neighborhood that had been quiet for weeks. They put him on the railing and spoke to him like they might to a person who is lost, slow and direct. He didn't fight. He kept telling them that his girlfriend was in the apartment, that he'd come a long way to save me. They cuffed my brother for a minute, and then didn't. After he explained, he stood there with his hands turned palm up, like he was proving he hadn't held anything. When they walked the man down the stairs, he lifted his chin in that same small, proud way he had after finishing a song, the way you tilt your face toward applause you aren't expecting but would accept. He started singing, not a tune I could name, just the shape of one, a thin ribbon of notes slipping out between his teeth. Through the whole thing, he did not look at me again. That detail still sits wrong in my head. It's like the feeling of leaving a light on in a room and not being able to remember which one. We swept up glass after the paramedics wrapped his arm and the cars left. My brother used a dustpan and a paper grocery bag. He made me stand back, though he was shaking. When we were done, he washed his hands and then washed the faucet handle and then washed his hands again. My brother pushed the cheap latch down to keep the new sheet from rattling, a soft, silly reflex. We didn't talk about it beyond words that feel like duct tape. Okay, and you good, and sit. He made eggs, though it was nearly noon. We ate them standing at the counter with our shoulders almost touching. I kept hearing notes that weren't being sung. People have told me since that the signs were bright. In the room where I was living them, they were small and ordinary, and then suddenly not. I still think about how he had tilted his face up when he finished a song, how he had tried to give me a flower, how I had decided what those gestures meant, and stood by that decision while it was convenient. In the end, nothing supernatural happened. It was just a sequence of choices and attention, and the way someone's interest can cross a line you didn't draw until after it's passed. At night, sometimes I got up to check the window latch. There's a cheap latch. Thin metal, thumb lever. Sometimes it sticks, and then gives with a small click that feels larger than it is. I pushed it down so it made the little click. Then I sat back on the couch with the overhead light off and let the room be what it is. Outside, wherever I was, someone was singing to themselves, and it sounded almost like a song I knew, and then it didn't. I waited for the note to end. Then I went to bed,